Hello, chat. Hi, guys. It's been a fun day. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. It's been a hard day. Long and hard. Hello. Hello, guys. Welcome. If you guys are new, my name's Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I am a defense attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area. And obviously, if I'm a defense attorney, I focus on a lot of criminal defense topics in my day-to-day task. And I am a real-life practicing attorney, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Despite what some may say. Anyways, welcome, and we are going to start looking into the Robert Tellis trial. Now, we're not going to watch, it's already up to day 8, so that ship sailed. But this isn't that captivating, chat. It's very easy whodunit. And you'll see why very quickly, because we're going to focus on Robert Tellis testifying in his own defense. Now, before we get into this, we need to know who's who. So we are going to start with a quick picture here. This guy in the striped shirt, excuse me, is Robert Tellis. All right. The guy in the striped shirt's Robert Tellis. The guy next to him is the man he's accused of murdering. And why is that important to know? Well, because this is a little bit of an intrigue story. This is Jeff German. He is an investigative journalist out in Las Vegas. And this occurred out in Las Vegas, guys. So this occurred out in Las Vegas. Robert Tellis is a former politician in Clark County. In fact, he was in charge of, he was an elected official. He was the administrator of estates. And he claims that he was fighting corruption in the office. Now, Jeff German was an investigative journalist who he was also digging into corruption. Although, I'll leave it to you to guess where he found the corruption at. Well, to make matters worse, back in 2022, later on, Jeff German's found murdered, stabbed to death. As the police start going backwards through figuring out what's going on, they find this guy in the orange in the neighborhood walking down the street. Boop, 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 boop. Very convenient. So as they go through the crime scene, they find the surveillance footage. They also find things like Robert Tellis' DNA under Jeff German's fingernails. As they go through Robert Tellis's, hold on here. You guys. They find this guy here in the orange shirt walking near Jeff German's house. As the police investigate, they find Robert Tellis's DNA under Jeff German's fingernails. They then start investigating Robert Tellis. As they investigate, they eventually end up going to Robert Tellis' house, and they find this hat cut up in his house, underneath it. The police find everything but the orange shirt and the knife. So, they don't find the murder weapon. We don't know where it's at. The murder weapon is gone. We don't know wherever it went. Murder weapon's gone. The orange shirt has never been found. As they get back into Robert Tellis, well, what do we learn? We learn a lot. We learn that as they open up his cell phone, there's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues here. Robert Tellis' phone and computer have tons of data on Jeff German. His phone has over 40 pictures of this guy's house saved. They have him doing researching the VIN number, the license plate on his car, everything about him. Everything about this guy. Everything. There's a lot of problems with this. There are a lot of problems that point right to Robert Tellis. Yes, over 100 pics of the guy's house. I'm sorry. But yes, over on his phone alone, there's pictures of the house. There's pictures of everything. Searches on his phone about how to hide evidence and commit murder. Well, it gets to the point of there, and this is where I think we're just going to let this reporter kind of sum things up here before we get going too far. This is a local reporter out there in Las Vegas, and I think she kind of breaks it down real quick, and then we're going to get started, unless you guys have other questions.
Robert Tellis's murder trial began on Monday. I'm Jae-Won Jung, and I've been sitting in on the proceedings from the start. Tellis is the former county public official accused of killing Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff Gehrman nearly 2 years ago.
Was an extraction report produced?
In the spotlight Monday were images of Gehrman's home, web browser searches, and background checks about Gehrman, all found on Tellis's electronic devices. That was according to testimony by Metro Forensic Lab supervisor Matthew Havanek. Take a look at this evidence shown to jurors. 25 hits for Jeff Gehrman, Las Vegas on June 21st, 2022. And these images found on August 23rd, 2022 of a search on Gehrman's car, date of birth, and address. Metro Detective Justine Gaddis also testifying on Monday for more than 2 hours. She was the main homicide detective in the investigation.
So it very much everything very quickly pointed to Robert Tellis, guys. Everything almost immediately turned around and pointed to him. So this is not I have a question. How gay are you? Very super. You got to pay the toll if you want to know, baby. That's all I'm telling you. You're going to have to pay the toll if you want to know. Paul Myers says, so I have 41 pictures of Sean's house. That doesn't mean nothing, right? Do I need help? If you have 41 pictures, I'm surprised there's not one of them with me pointing a rifle at you. Just saying. But yes, all this in August of 2022 is when there was. You got to pay the toll if you want this boy's. Oh no! I'm you see, you got it wrong. I pitch, I don't catch. I'd be pitching like Nolan Ryan. Straight fire. So, yes, this is a plethora of evidence, chat. But as you can, like, chat, I said, there's a lot of evidence that pins this guy down. I just want you to understand what we're looking at here because it's very important to know. It's very. This whole thing is interesting.
Of Jeff Gehrman's murder, Gaddis revealing more details about the threatening voicemails found on Gehrman's phone.
So I started going.
I forgot about that part too. He left a shitload of threatening voicemails because Jeff Gehrman or whatever you want to call him was exposing Robert Tellis as being a corrupt politician.
Back on Mr. Gehrman's, or looking back at his news articles that he wrote to see if there was anything that coincided right around the same time that the voicemails were received. And
so, as you can see, there is I got 41 pictures of my mom. Well, good for you. Yes. So as you can see, guys, this is not the case of the century. But Robert Tellis decided he wanted to testify, and now we're gonna start with that because it's actually been very, very interesting to go forward on. Sicko Fit says this looks stupid, but I'm here for you, Sean. Sean, trust me, you guys are gonna like this. This is actually very hilarious. This is very hilarious. It's gonna be very good. So let's get to where is it? All right. So this is the Robert Tellis trial. This is from a couple days ago on Thursday. So here we go, chat. This is right as he's getting ready to testify.
The record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel.
Wait, is she chewing gum? Is this judge chewing gum? I don't already like this. I don't like this already. Did he have a Frank's hearing about those warrants? I don't know if he did, but remember, chat, those are yeah. We'll just leave that alone for now.
Mr. Droskowitz.
Your Honor, our final witness is Mr. Robert Tellis. I've confirmed with Rob Bear, and we're going to ask the court's permission to allow him to testify by narrative.
Okay, that is fine. Anything else before we bring the jury panel in?
Not on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Tellis can take the stand.
Behind this.
Bring the jury panel in. Yeah, we'll swear. Stand in front of the panel.
I didn't get a copy of the papers, so I can look at it on. I don't know.
He wants
Did you guys?
all the
Can I have a
exhibits?
copy of that? Or
This is our copy of them.
then that doesn't mind.
State have.
As far as the exhibits go, I mean, if he needs to use the exhibits that we've admitted by stipulation, I don't have an objection to him using those exhibits. It seems like he may have notes though in front of him. If he's using those notes, we're gonna need it.
And just so the record's clear, Mr. Tellis, are you intending on referring to your notes in the course of your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Then I'm gonna do.
That's interesting. He brought his notes up with him already. That is really interesting.
I'm providing the state a copy.
Oh, well, Mr. was ready.
Does Mr. Droskowitz have a copy of the defendant's exhibit list with him that I provided earlier? Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Whenever
Okay, Mr. Tellis, you have a copy of the exhibit list?
I've written those exhibit numbers next to my,
Perfect.
so I'm good on that end, I think, as long as I can read my writing.
When he's ready for them, I will pull them.
And Your Honor, in order for this to proceed smoothly, when he refers to it, when Mr. Tellis refers to an exhibit, shall either myself or even.
Okay, Haley told me. And she will make sure.
Okay, guys. So just so you understand, he is not representing himself. He has an attorney. So, but he's taking the stand. Okay, he is not pro se. He's got his own attorneys. He has his own attorneys, but he's bringing up, and is he allowed to do this? Well, the prosecutor is trying to stop it to say, wait. You're allowed to reference your notes if you can't remember something, but it's just like a police officer. If a police officer comes up on the stand, he's not allowed to bring his police report with him. If I'm in a situation where, I'm the prosecutor and the police officer doesn't remember, I can say, hey, did you write a report? If you read this report, would it help refresh your recollection? That's why we hear about this all the time. Recollection refreshed. You let them read the report. They read the part that's necessary. You take it back from them. Then they can talk. You're not allowed to just sit there and have the report the whole time and go, oh, well, like starting out. No, you have to be able to demonstrate you have some knowledge here. Now, it sounds like he's trying to claim, well, I took notes of the exhibit numbers, and the prosecutors, eventually they're just like, we're just going to give you a copy of what he's got. And I think the prosecution's going to leave it alone. Now, you did hear in there, he is speaking in a narrative format, meaning here's what's going to happen. The prosecutor is going to walk up to, or the defense attorney is going to say, Robert, tell us about what happened. Tell us what you know. When a prosecutor does, or when a defense attorney does that, guys, and I'm gonna give you like an inside baseball thing here. When you ever hear about a narrative format in testifying, it's because I'm not going to ask questions because I'm not suborning perjury, or I think this is absolutely fucking insane. So I'm sure his attorneys have told him this is a bad idea. Told him this is not a good idea. He should have accepted a plea, but he's not going to. This man is going to go down this man's going down fighting. Given the way Nick's acting, I can see this happening to Nick. So let's keep going. Yeah, are there watermarks on his notes? Are those watermarks? They might be adulterated. We need to have a Frank's hearing chat, but it might be defamation too. We might chat. We might. So here we go. Yes. Alter notes. Alter notes. I haven't started. I focused on me for a minute. All right, so here we go, chat. Here we go.
Sure, the record's clear. Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Mr. Jaskovich?
Thank you.
Yeah, you'll stipulate,
We'll stipulate.
all right? And Mr. Jaskovich, you're gonna call Mr.
Your
Tellis?
Honor, the defense calls Mr. Robert Tellis.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Bayes. The first name is Robert. The last name is Telles.
Mr. Tellis, the state is going to allow you, or I think the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir.
That's his attorney, and that's his way of saying, I ain't having a hand in this. This is his way for the record and everybody else who is in the know. Like, that should not have been described like that on the record in front of the jury. I would argue that's a bit of a, I don't think you should have done it that way. Personally, that's, you can't do that in front of the jury, saying it's a narration. No, that should have been done. That should have been in the record outside the jury's presence. That's probably not a fatal thing, but that's not effective that way. But anyways, here we go, guys, and this is how you know it's bullshit. We're testifying in a narrative format. This is all bullshit from here on out. Yes, he's already got the believe me look going, yes. So here we go.
And so, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly. And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now, I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony. And my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things and you know, what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know,
Just so we're clear, I could see Nick exactly saying all this shit on the stand in his own trial. I could 100% see Nick saying all this shit. So that's the funny part. That is the truly funny and sad part about this chat. I could see this being Nick.
folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes. And, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen the is wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg, right? So I think that when I share an opinion with you,
this is interesting. I've guys, I have 100%. I will be 100% real with you. I have not heard any of this so far. I have not heard any of it so far. This is interesting. This is so interesting. It's like he's testifying in a closing argument. I will give credit. This guy seems to be fairly sophisticated. He seems to be fairly intelligent and not like, oh, I'm a 90 IQ and I feel like I'm 100 IQ. This guy definitely feels north of 100 IQ. This is weird. This is a very weird way of going about it. A very weird way of going about it.
some, you know, someone might say it's argumentative. And when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And when I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. The idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. I think that's, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right? Without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, and none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, my God, so that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts and the truth and, things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to, whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store and, building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there I ended up going into property management. And I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, self-study. Right?
Now, some of you guys are wondering what the hell it's all about. Part of, even if he had his attorney up there and they were testifying, and the attorney was actually doing a regular direct, you got to the jury has to get to know you. Like, look, I'm a regular guy just like you. Got to be relatable.
I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. I kind of learned like the basics
pretty much,
of air conditioning.
Pretty much.
And the only reason I say it is, like going along is like I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right?
Oh my God,
so
I have an analytical mind I've developed. Oh, I fucking hate when people say that. I know how to, I see the things people don't see. Fuck you. Fuck you if any of you out there say that, fuck you too.
Led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built
more. Oh, I forgot to mention he is an attorney too. That's part of the issue here.
Or on that analytical mind where I think about, all the things, like all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that, the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to my background. So
why the hell is this freezing?
Became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me.
No one cares.
So
bullshit. So gay, man. So gay.
Managing a team. And so I was doing that by day, and I went to law school at night. They have a a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online. We started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, I had a stepson. I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and saw that I was kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases in there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town, so I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him. At least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. We had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in
You
to
taught
speak.
blind penguins how to read. It was so cute.
And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas. Right. So I thought, well, gosh, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right?
To be fair, that's what I would have thought.
Oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, I got in there.
The administration of estates,
we're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, a private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks, right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case, and the attorney for one of these guys, or one of these firms was there, and we were talking, and he told me that that his client had been doing these things for so much time, and that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, he said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents, and they just basically continued on with that with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point, I want to see if I could share X2.
Our best approach is to see what it is. I don't have the name because it's coded with the numbers.
Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Maybe just approach on this.
So, does Nevada have the death penalty? They do, but I don't think they've done it in a while. So, yes, but this is part of the issue with the guy. This is very pompous, and yeah, Nevada hasn't executed anybody in almost 20 years. So, yeah, so here we go. Oh, I forgot. We need to speed this up just a hair, and we'll do closed captioning. We'll just speed it up, just like 1.15. So we're not here all night.
So then, is it fitted or? So then.
But I assume you're going to lay some foundation.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? Somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's compass realty, and I believe it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I.
So yes, he is alleging that a real estate company was targeting him and has framed him. That is his theory of the case.
Began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
I'll stand by my prior argument.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it. And I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but obviously, for those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million, and later the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million, right? So when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's
the jury's
double,
already lost at this point,
right?
really.
From one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. When I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but all of them are. There's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one. Is for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, that's just not right. So, and again, you'll see that again anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so it's floored, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me too is that the prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County public administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? Not that I was saying I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that the law, and so I'll say right now that, sorry, just going backwards a bit, because I think now is a good time to talk about this independent administration. So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. You basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that they're real estate investors just all over the place, right? But so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're saying, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so like I said, it's good for the families. And it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And there are folks in the legislature that agreed. And so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that. But so, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. We would say, okay, you know what, great. Maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but we don't want to, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or, we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something we just say, well, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating their
Guys, he's trying to lay the scene about why he's involved and why he's so important, that why somebody would want to frame him. He's trying to say there's millions and millions of dollars at stake. And also Clyde is now doing whatever the fuck he wants. So there you go. You got your Clyde fixed too, chat.
thousands of dollars in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? But when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved, right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, again, trying to hide anything, then great, more power to you. But the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty. And they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so
Compass Realty is the company he's claiming has framed him.
Anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing ejections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, what they were doing was not right. They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or, county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, we had meetings, he and I said, this is not okay. I'm not going to, I can't agree to that. No, So despite their complaints over and over again in the county, my assistant county manager said, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge. Sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. Like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate. And, elections are around the corner. So we started talking about, what ideas do you have? What ideas do you have? That type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that, I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation, and so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what. But I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing. Like I said, to me, that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jackie said, oh, this is about mailings. No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion. So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation, and he's got these guys who are, again, from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%, and he's like, well, okay. Like, and I asked him, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because, I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that, but I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jappy, I don't know if it was a day or two later.
See, remember, guys, he's acting like I'm the good guy. I'm fighting corruption. You know, Jeff German and I were on the same team. The reporter I murdered were on the same team. No, I'm innocent. This is where it's all going.
Calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with the package with all of my materials. And I actually included a letter to him with that. A letter in that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1. So it was a letter to Detective Jappy.
Oh, hold on. Where are we? Quiet.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter, like I said, getting into detail about what had been going on and what, well, I guess you'll see it. But one of the
Stacey, good question. Well, he loses bar card if he gets convicted. They can revoke it for committing crimes of moral turpitude, things of that nature. Either way, he's still going to get a lot of work in prison being a jailhouse lawyer. He'll write stuff for people. That's probably the way he'll pay for a lot of things. He'll barter by doing legal work. So, not uncommon. Not uncommon. But yes, he very likely will lose his license. It'll get suspended because of a felony charge, but he could probably get it reinstated at some point. But he might not have the money.
issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course, this also involved the flooring, but it didn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it. And in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but a lot of the ways that, one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. Look through the window, see if, if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not, right? So then based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property from that point to the point that family notified us again that, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. Early on, this was March 6th of 2022, that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. But so about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what? I learned from Detective Jappy that they discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas Moore, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates, any personal property at all. So, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jaffe thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this was supposed to be with some type of static car that just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have property inside the house that's kind of commensurate with that, right? You might have $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments, right? I mean, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, at least $3,000, $4,000, right? And so it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported and no vehicles have been reported, it seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jaffe. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, trying to say about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way. I guess when he's claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said, again, that we're gonna do these things and then we're gonna do title research, and again, still, I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation or even the Reggie Abdul situation. And then I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But, that same month, Rita Reed, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position. And also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, I'd like to, at the end of April.
Oh my God, just fucking convict him already. Jeez, buddy, you're taking way too long here. You're taking way too long. Get to it. Get to the fucking. Come on now.
I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty. But
come on, buddy, lay down.
Rita Reed, for her campaign, received
pretend you like me.
$10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
I mean, he's already going to get convicted, so don't worry. The evidence is already going to convict him. Chat, don't worry about it.
And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, you know what?
Can I put you down, Bubba?
Sure, I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So,
I mean, it's
so
that's just not the document you want.
That's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions. So So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset.
Well,
and I think,
remember, guys, this isn't live. He testified over the course of 2 days. Remember, he only testified for about an hour or so. So he testifies onto Wednesday into Thursday, and then Thursday into Friday is cross-examination. So there's a little bit here. We're going to get to it.
Anybody who's the subject of an article that says certain things about you, I mean, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over.
We're going 1.3, chat.
So
we'll go 1.3
and all that. And read, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report. She didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on the
I'll read
later
your
campaign
room.
reports, how much was spent.
Your mom's
So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Fenn
I gotta
went directly to this text message campaign.
I got to take your chat.
And I lost
Okay?
it. It
Chat
was,
needs me.
it was a bummer. I mean, sorry, I don't know what,
Okay,
It was
Bubba.
unfortunate.
It's
but I
okay.
continued to fight against Compass Realty, and I think that's something that they didn't expect, right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do, right? I didn't, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore, but I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, in 7 months I was out anyway, right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing what doing the job, right? And then, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case. And so we were, she was concerned, and she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition, and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
Maybe approach on this one.
Sure.
Now we need to play the hearing video. It's like, oh my God, just hi, old man. Yeah, this is better. Move it along faster. You guys, you need to hear a bunch of this garbage. Add a year for each lip smack. The closed captioning is very German. Yes, the jury is googling, Hus long die for boredom. All right, here we go. We're going to.
Attorney wants an opportunity to review it, so I'm going to reserve on that, and you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to have the jury see that video. Yes. I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Recep Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry. And this is, and this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Recep Abdul, for which I filed an objection. On the Alamo, or is that this right now has been admitted? Okay, is it possible to put it,
M1 is
could we put it
admitted.
on the Alamo?
Court permission after he explains it, I want to put it on the Alamo.
Sure, no problem.
So again, this is so basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. If they have a house, they put that, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they've appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But there's the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. And Mr. Treskowitz, do you mind?
Is there a page?
And unfortunately, on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir.
Just want you to flip over.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of, yes, sir.
Is that? Do you see that? Okay.
This is supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they've got for their inventory shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when you read the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing. So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may I go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right? To rip these things out. So it's interesting that, I guess, I'm not providing that document for you. So the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services to me seems strange. But this is apparently what they're claiming is how they found the home. And thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that, again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, I'm sorry, I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, the extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys. And so right there, I thought, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual.
Yes, guys, he's directly addressing the jury right now. He's talking to them. So, and that makes the most sense because when you're in the narrative format, there's no reason to talk to anybody else. He's talking straight to the jury. So he's doing that part good, but God, this is snoozing the jury. This is snoozing the jury. But I guess at some point we're getting there. We're getting there, chat. Remember, he's trying to lay the foundation as to why this company would want to frame him and remove him. And they're blaming him because there's so much money at stake and he's getting in the way.
With whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again. That should be looked into seriously. Because to me, I believe that's theft. Right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. So I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. Because he's very concerned.
Don't ruin his plan, Michelle.
I hope
you're hurting him.
Jappy, actually, I ended up that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2? This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Rajab Abdul.
Oh, hold on, chat. I need to help you guys. We need to get back. Clyde coins for the fight purse.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappian, one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is hello, gentlemen. I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to read the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She said, and again, I'm sorry that, this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case is also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jackie was on notice of this concern as well, But, and so despite all that, Detective Jackie, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jackie had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. And so despite the fact that Detective Jackie had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, at least the one appraisal, Detective Jackie didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right? He said, "Oh, this is just
Objection in this case.
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised according to Detective Jackie was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was. So, but I guess you can go back to your notes and see what Detective Jackie said to you what this was about, because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about.
Objection.
This is my opinion. Okay. So personally, I believe it's likely that, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jackie did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this. So, I'm a witness.
Could I just ask you to move on?
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
Uh-huh. Opinions are not really relevant. I ask you to limit your testimony to your personal knowledge and the facts, because your opinions are not really relevant. And so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
And if Your Honor, for clarification's sake, again, when Zach Schilling was giving his opinion about circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time. So again, I would ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
And according to the judge's counsel, those are matters that can be argued closely.
So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. I think that they had a lot to worry about. And that was June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed in order to grant the power that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not. And things got delayed. And then finally, the order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
And is Nancy?
N as in Nancy.
Where's Lawrence?
All right, come on.
My
Submitted.
my apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st.
Yes, he did blame Republican
2022.
operatives at one time
And,
for this murder.
as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022.
He's blamed a lot of people. He's had a lot of different theories. He thought the Republicans were setting him up. The organized crime did this. Now it's a real estate company.
But I guess also I mentioned at the same time that I was fighting Thomas Realty in probate court, and also beyond, trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation.
Oh, Stacy, Clark County, Nevada, where Las Vegas is a blue county. It's a Democrat-run county. The idea is, though, a Nevada Democrat is not like a California Democrat for the most part.
I'd also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, I believe that this was, it'd be quite a coincidence if, the fact that Mr. Gurman was killed and was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that all these things that were coming to a head for them, it's done. No repercussions, no nothing. So, that's, I'll leave it to you, to think about that. And then in early August, you heard Detective Jappy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him. And that, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him. And you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office. And she, again, was a lieutenant in Metro. And that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. And I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so. But I'm going to get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jappy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, one, I don't know if we want to do two documents. I got one document right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jappy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within the statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01 and the search one, I believe. Yeah, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jappy had done. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be.
Is that either Q2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jappy, yes, ma'am.
we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
So, Kimberly Grant had provided again, an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly, and
Objection, hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jackson. His cross-examination.
Okay, so you could, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so it was claimed by that I asked her for commissions and or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019, but she ended up making a claim that
Objection, hearsay.
so she
said.
so she was interviewed. I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jappy 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally, I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay, sure. Okay, Your Honor, that's okay. I'll go on. So Detective Jappy obtained the search warrant into me, being able to now from that point forward track me starting August 17th. And it seems to, at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all these surveillance logs when I was representing myself. And originally I'd received only 3
Objection.
from that whole time.
Objection.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm going to sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Well, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jappy had made, Your Honor. Detective Jappy had said that they
The
performed.
objection was sustained.
Oh, okay, but
So, but if you want to take it up at the end of the day, I'm happy to.
I'm sorry. I was just going to explain. Okay. So can I speak about what he had said?
Hearsay.
I mean, as far as okay, well, I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court, that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean,
but
the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
exactly right. So in order to provide context for what I provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that okay?
That's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to, unless you have a transcript of that testimony.
So what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that from reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2. And so,
That, I'm going to go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you.
and so, these I've got other items I want to review in advance of, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in.
Shit, I
for,
thought I was talking the whole
that
time.
occurred
I
on
shut it off.
9/2.
No,
I'm
guys,
gonna go
I'm here.
Go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So,
I
there's
shut up
somebody
at
after Mr.
StreamYard,
Gilmore's
not on
murder
my
that,
thing.
I learned, and I was shocked. I think that
Yes,
when-
don't be your own lawyer,
it
Chad.
was
It's not helping.
then the following day, I know there was testimony about, well, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion, a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit. Correct.
There is so much to this. It's just, ah.
All right, thank you. So when we were having that conversation, you might have, I mean, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of, the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and I thought, oh, well, you know what, that's, okay, that's not, you know, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, you know, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted. So I don't know if it's correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but it had been admitted, so.
For the record, this states exhibit 343 that's been.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, I'm sorry. Can I ask you to,
And of course,
so, here, this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later, I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. Like, my gosh, this still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right, it couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double checked, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, you know, trying to just take my mind off things, you know. And again, I watched the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3, and that is what it is. You know, then at night, after dinner, I started making, like cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat like the school lunch, or she didn't at the time. So I'd make her chicken fried rice off of like a Google recipe. And I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger. And I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, you know, I don't know if we need to bring the picture up or not, but is that something we should do? Or so basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. And so, and I don't know what
I don't mean to interrupt, because we do have the photos to state.
Okay. Sure, please. Yeah.
Oh, God, come on. But guys, I will promise you,
This is a related situation.
when we get to the cross exam, this is worth going through all of it because the cross exam is epic.
So while I was being self-represented, I attempted to seek the surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my
Cross goes
washing
hilarious.
my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. Okay, so
The motion is tried to granted.
I believe the video showed that I didn't have the finger injury. If you think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing? I mean, I would not be washing.
Testify about your own.
Sure. Oh, sure. Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury. And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym around noon, and I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. So you have that?
Yes, and of course, permission going to publish. exhibit, it's been admitted 185.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or, it went across the tip. Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip of my finger. You can see it there. I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut. The super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries, and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but that is what it is. I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct, based on potential.
Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn, yelling at me, and I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, they basically yelled at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, all that thing. But they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They just left me there. And the whole time my family didn't know where I was. As far as I know, my daughter was expecting for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point. I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. And that was what I was led to believe. And then it kind of did. And I was led to believe that. And later I found out that 5 minutes after that my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube?
YouTube?
Yes, that should be a CAD log from a traffic stop.
Hold on. Max Murrah! Hello, Max. No, Max, I'm not aware of Robert Tellis or whatever, however you pronounce his name, throwing the warrant on the ground. No, I'm not aware.
And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the.
Lucia, I promise you're going to want to stick around.
LBA.
Stick with me. Hang in there. Don't let go. Don't let go. Stay with me. I'm not telling you what Robert's going to tell you. It's what the prosecutor's going to do to Robert.
Page
you have to
9
listen
of
to
this
this
catalog. It's about the 6th line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow in that report a few minutes later, I don't know that was really what was intended. So then I was held there at disciplinary command. They did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans. I don't know how we're doing for time, but they showed my jeans, and
Mark admitted.
and also there's a photo as well.
All right, so we're gonna end the day here, chat. We're gonna move on to the next day.
Do you want Mr. Graskovich to hold up the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Graskovich, take your glove if you want.
Can we also publish that? Is that photo okay?
Yes.
Oh, there should be. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is this the photo you like?
No, sir. It's one that shows the front of the
All right,
pants.
chat. We're gonna skip on to day 7 here. This was day 6. So.
We can put the witness back on the stand.
I'll go to 1.5 to make you happier, chat. So, guys, we've got about guys, hang in there. We have like less than 45 minutes till the prosecutor starts, okay? Just hang in there with me, chat. Less than 45 minutes till the prosecutor starts. Less than 45 minutes till the prosecutor starts, all right? You need to hear this because the prosecutor fucking tears him a new asshole. But you have to listen to all the bullshit he says because the prosecutor just goes like this and just stretches him out and walks right inside. You have to listen to it all, so hang tight.
The defense?
Yes, sir.
Very spiffly dressed
To the
attorneys.
presence of the jury panel, and the defense?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, please be
Would you
seated.
please remain stand, raise your right hand so we can Mr. Theo?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name is Tejas, T-E-L-L-E-S.
You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected on this.
No, Blade, we'll get into the cross-examination. So here we go. All right, why the hell? Guys, that's like a statue. Why are we not hearing him? Come on. Come on.
So it will be admitted.
There we go.
The state has withdrawn any objections, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
So we need to go back. If you could please review that video. I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed-in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
Come on, J-Rock. You got nothing else to do. Hang tight, son. Ah! See, guys, now he's talking about the evidence of the guy who is dressed up. Remember, he covered that picture of the guy in the orange shirt and the big straw hat, and now he's starting to talk about it. Here we go.
We do this way.
Okay, and it's exhibit,
Yes.
it states exhibit, just for the record.
What are they trying to show?
The state exhibit that's been admitted, I just,
It's
before you
the
publish.
Yes,
What's the number flash drive?
Oh, the flash drive?
correct, we addressed it yesterday.
Okay,
It's also the flash drive that they gave us money as well.
that's going to be, court supervision, state exhibit is 338.
It's 3:30.
338, and may publish.
Tree 8.
Chris, you guys are here every day, so
What are we trying to do?
just that picture. I
I'm
don't
just zooming in.
I don't even know where that's coming from.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. It's like, it's. So let's just click it. Don't know why that's-
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A. Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
Objection, his opinion is irrelevant.
Sustained.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to be breaking. I conveyed concern all along about my family. And as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. Being informed, I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later again,
Wow.
detectives took advantage, I believe, of my family by.
I'm surprised the prosecutor is letting him say things like this. If I was the prosecutor, I'd be like, whoa, no, that's not true. But whatever. I'm surprised he's letting him say that.
Referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot. Then all that finished. They were finished with the search. And they took me back home. And the media was outside my house. And somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And while that was, I'm sure, her right, it didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
Come on. Damn sidebar.
Yes, Your
Okay,
Honor.
very good into evidence. And
And Mr. Draskowicz, I'm
do you
sorry.
want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me?
Remember, his attorney is doing narration. Remember, this guy's doing narration because his attorney, Robert Tellis, is doing narration, guys. Remember, when you're doing narration, it's because you have a bullshit case and the attorney's like, I am not fucking helping you lie. This guy's doing narration because, and remember, he can't assist him. If he starts assisting, he's suborning perjury. So there's limits to what he could do. Tonka-san wants to sponsor the trial with all the dead air. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, this is going. I like to share that my house was much cleaner than Nick Ricada's. Yes. Let's just keep going, chat. Let's just keep going.
Thank you, sir.
You want to see photos? Mr. Jackson?
Well, I guess maybe, but I'm going to publish them if you could publish them for about 10 seconds. And what I'm concerned about, I'm publishing are the photos of the inside of my home and what,
Yes.
so, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2A1.
I know the similar looking photo?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
This is B2.
And coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess in my house.
This is C2. This is D2. This is E2.
It's a brute.
This is F2. This is G2.
This is him crying right now, chat.
This is H2.
Still cleaner than Nick's house. Yes.
This is I2.
Because oh shit, I'm on here. Yeah,
This is J2.
Because he's making up a bullshit case of like I was blamed for a murder.
Sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess.
Where was all the cocaine, sir?
So this for me was,
Otto Walt says, I just realized this means Sarah Boone's going to be awful to watch. Yeah, it's not going to be good. If you thought that was going to be just chuckle fucking the whole way through. No, it's going to be a grind, chat. Here we go. Here we go, though.
you know, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I know I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claim to have this evidence. Did what they did to me, and I have a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture, and so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus, some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, for me, never. I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gorman. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance.
Painless.
Detective Jappy came into the ambulance.
Hello,
and,
darkness, my old friend.
When he came to the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession
I'm
from
gonna
me.
talk to you again.
It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that.
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I didn't want my family to go through this. You know, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, you know, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that we're going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Guys, yes, get ready for the Nick Rekieta trial. And I will say, if he ends up going to trial, I probably will go. I mean, that will be worth covering. I don't know, though. Kind of torn if I could, do it all from the... They can put, a press box up in the top, and they could soundproof it. I could be like, whoa!
Based on representations, that exhibit will be created, and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those
Hey, chat,
because
what up?
communications onto the drive, and it will be admitted.
Thank you. And it's my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is...
It will be provided to you shortly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
We move for submission, or at least be admitted by stipulation.
It's admitted.
And if we may publish it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon that again was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, the way the courts work in building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock, they do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th, after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. And I think that it'd be pretty easy to, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview. And also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so. No problem.
Observations.
Of course, sir. Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. And so I believe both, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day on September 2nd at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly.
Keep in mind with the text messages, chat, very important.
At the very earliest. Okay. As I testified later, it was much later that I left my home, but that's, I believe, an important point. So 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home.
Keep this in mind.
Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
It's not yet been admitted.
It's marked as
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this, this is how those tweets came up.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted. You may publish.
Here, let's.
Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, this next clip is me building an N-word tower. In fact, it's one of the biggest N-word towers I ever saw. I was very proud of it, actually, at the time when I was on Twitter.
So you'll notice that
the telematics data was
you
excluded.
heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash. Just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 6, I believe that's 6:18 at about
Yes, just shh, Justin.
7, at almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because for whatever reason they didn't, when they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. So, but that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6:19.
Corrupt politician murders reporter, tries to blame it on his enemies.
And there I say,
There, Johan.
at J Gurman RJ at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. I had created, and you'll see that as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that was different things I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that. So that's why I go to Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. At the same time, it was actually June 16th, I sent a text message to a friend who reached out to me about, because he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it. I'm happy to move on. And so although Gurman says he's gonna do a third article, one about the website, I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know. That's something that we can. Thank you, sir. That we can admit this text message. If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
This is he wishes.
Yes. This is going to be J3.
Absolutely. No objection.
There being no objection, is admitted and may publish.
So you can see the content of there again. 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legal, and I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office, just for a moment, and
You just want to stand up?
right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if you noticed the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so, if I may just demonstrate why this is important.
Manlet alert! Manlet
These
alert!
shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them. Right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a
Notice he just said he's 6'5". He's actually 5'6". Short kings rise up, but he just said something there, and they're gonna fucking hammer him on it. So here we go.
lift in here, right? So you can't put.
Do I look
it's not
5'1",
there.
bitch?
And when I've tried, I could not put a lift in an name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this
Yes.
one side.
Nick, look, he lied on the stand. It was a mistake. No, it was a lie, Nick. You've got him now.
Lifts in there in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walked. So I never wore again any type of name brand shoe at the office, and I think that's something that will likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant. Which of course brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use during the commission for murder. So, again, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I was, I guess, my next statement would have been arguments, and let me skip to that. And I think my attorney's already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. And I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer. It was strange to me that the killer.
Objection, Robert Dean.
I didn't get to hear, so, what did you, what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Observations I made about the evidence that I reviewed, Your Honor.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh my God.
It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided to the state, but that's okay. I'll
Thank you.
I'll move on. So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff German, Las Vegas, Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob 4 NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. German that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Cellbrite? The under instruction report? Yeah, I would be thanks.
All right, here we go. Now it's getting good, chat. Now we're getting to the fun part. I told you guys this is going to get good. I promised. Now we're speeding up. We're speeding up the eventual train wreck. We are speeding up here, chat. It's building. It's building. It's building. I told you it would build. So here we go.
Of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey German, Las Vegas, Rob 4 NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, we're gonna push this up, right? When people search, we're gonna get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see.
Oh my God, he's trying to do this, chat. This is awful.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please. If I was trying to search for Mr. German's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. I mean, if you might focus on it. I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more, if you don't mind, sir.
That's a fair argument. I wouldn't have.
See that it starts
remember,
off,
you're crazy.
Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And then if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, okay, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, I'm Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well.
This is not.
So here I was trying to build a
you gotta
pattern.
Be careful.
So next, I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob 4 NV, which is my campaign website. Right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing I was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of two ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's I don't know if you call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like with what Rita Reid had done, that if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed it. I searched for his address. So when I saw the supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you gotta have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. And sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. My understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures.
Those are both types of surveillance.
And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of the Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit draft? Rick, may I? So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it, so I can tell you.
Thank you.
No, there we go. I'm going to file a lawsuit against people. You're trying to convince a jury you're not a nutter. This is not how you convince them that you're not a fucking nutter.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look better. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people, right? And I got advice to that extent. And so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now. And my hope is that I was going to win. And I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, what? Fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay. And so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law. And I would like to ask that this be admitted. So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I actually captured some of those pictures. Sorry, sir. Okay.
Wrong video window here.
Interesting about this situation, and I guess
he's opening all the doors. Yes, he is.
On cases, and I have found that there are actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted.
Yes, Johan. He's a licensed attorney.
Case where
he's a licensed attorney.
It was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, brothers?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later.
Mim, it's because his attorney can't suborn perjury. His attorney knows this guy's fucking lying, so he can't help him too much. He has to do the bare minimum of putting exhibits up, which is what he's allowed to do. He cannot help Robert Tellis lie. That's why Robert Tellis is up there by himself. It's because his attorneys know he's fucking lying. Yes, he does probate law, not criminal law.
September 2nd, 2022. As I mentioned earlier, I sent a text message. Hung around home. I know watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk. Came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
This has already been admitted?
Sarah, if you could please turn to the appropriate page. As I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym, when they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day. If you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
About 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If you could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
It's 374. Thanks so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from the spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed our, at the office, the way that our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed. Just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I've been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email. If you could turn the page, please. And calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there, and so it was. I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message, and if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. And if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it went from the check-in. I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message. Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in. So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here. Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout, went home, picked up kids later. And, I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection is sustained.
Okay. So
Can't do that, chat.
I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Berman. And that's my testimony.
Okay. Cross-examination.
There we go, chat.
Okay.
Here we go, boys. Here we go. You are that person then, yes. Here we go, chat. He is so damn guilty and nervous. Well, I'm sure he's nervous. With normal speed, we're going to slow down a hair. We're going to slow down a hair. On my wasting time on YouTube calculator, I had him over 4 hours on the stand. All right, chat, here we go. Cross-examination. I wonder if Las Vegas has hard water. I don't know. They got a lot of bodies floating in Lake Mead, so I don't know. Maddie says, so what would she be paying attention to? Everything. Literally, the prosecutor fucks him so badly, it's deeply pornographic. It's the best way I can describe it. This is going to get brutal really, really, really fast. It's going to get rough. Basically, he goes, humana, 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 humana. Just, this is a preview if Nick ever has to take the stand. This is a preview of Nick ever testifying. Yes, we're all suffering from the myopia of autism. So here we go. Yes. Jolly Jake Level says, all that desert, no need to dump them in the lake. Dude, like, since the water in Lake Mead has gone down, they're finding barrels all over the place of bodies stuffed in barrels that are rusting away on the bottom of the lake. There are shitloads of bodies dumped in Lake Mead. Shitloads. So, here we go. Here we go. Do you think Nick would? Oh, at some point he would. They're all in, Your Honor! No! I can all hear it now. You're just not understanding me. I've got the best theory. It's secret knowledge I only have. Trust me. No! That's it. That's going to be Nick in a nutshell, but here we go. You know, I said things, but I'm not really saying what I said. You just don't understand. You're too stupid. Here we go.
All right, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, your mom shall not discuss or communicate
Oh, there's a
with anyone,
break here.
including
Hold
your
on.
fellow jurors, any waiver or indication. Remember, questions don't come to.
Here we go. There's the prosecutor. Does kind of look like MLS's doppelganger a little bit. He's just like, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Where is Forever Alone? He's all there by himself. That's actually a great description of what's going on here. All for our country, the great seal of the state of Nevada. All for our country.
Produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what scope, what communication.
There we go.
There's been a production made. We've had.
Is there an issue?
Here we go. Evidentiary issue.
Yes, there's a question as to what doors perhaps are open in reference to communications between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. There's been a production made. We've had certain communications produced. We need to go through those. I think there's going to be a dispute as to what the scope, what's to be turned over, what's not. If there's been a privilege that's been previously asserted or not, if there's been any waiver. I think that's something we're not going to get done until after lunch. We're going.
This is going to be important, Chad. So there are some conversations here that are going to be critical.
Can we start and then that issue can?
I would prefer to know we can just lay it out pretty easily. Mr. Tellis got up here and it wanted all of the team's messages admitted into evidence. So that would be our request. There has been a production that we have, that the defense has, of team's messages. We provided those messages. Sounds like the defense's concern is maybe there's another production of team's messages because, I mean, the long and the short of it is some of the team's messages contains information that I think Mr. Tellis finds very damaging. And so he wanted them in. We agreed, fine, let's let them in. And now there's an issue of, well, I don't necessarily, I don't know that those are all of the messages. So what we're trying to nail down is the information. I mean, they have these have been produced. I can see in our files, these have been produced. I don't exactly know what he is looking at. I know the nature of the emails, the nature of the team's messages that are the source of consternation for Mr. Tellis has nothing to do with an attorney-client privilege. It has nothing to do with, something that would be privileged to the public administration's office. It just deals with something else. So
What's the privilege?
Again, too, it could go into bad. Well, we need to see what the privilege was previously asserted or not. It's the state's argument, and I understand their argument. They're saying that Mr. Tellis, by his request, opened the door. As we addressed yesterday, Mr. Tellis is testifying in a narrative sense. We put the court on notice. The court had allowed that to occur.
Sure.
My concern is we would like to pull up on the jabs or otherwise what specific request he had made. There may have been a misunderstanding on the part of the state what it was that he was asking to have admitted. We want the break to go through that because it's the scope of what his request was. Obviously, it wasn't in response to a question or request that I had made. It was actually made by Mr. Tejas. But again, I'd like to see that on the video, which we'll be able to address over the lunch break, because I think it's concerning a scope of the production.
But what do you think it was, Mr. Draskowitz? I mean, does it appear to me as though, just a minute, it appeared to me as though he was requesting, the witness that came and testified and talked about that production that was about to happen, I don't know, first part of September. I mean, that appeared to be what he was asking the state to put on a disc and produce.
Yeah. So what I was requesting to produce is actually what was produced to me.
Okay.
In support of what was going to produce to Mr. Gurman. And so any and all, messages of any personal nature in the review of the documents that I saw, and anything personal, like, talk about perhaps going to the mall or whatever, that was already removed by the time I viewed it. So when Mr. Hamner is coming here with these messages, that was pre-trimmed. So I believe he's going to say that, look, this is why Mr. Tejas decided he was going to be angry, but that's not true, because the version that I saw had already trimmed out all these personal messages. So it's misleading the jury about what reverse
What's that being trimmed out? You
so
mean by the
basically,
county?
yeah, Clark County has a policy where they run it through various personnel, because their policy is to only produce business records.
Okay.
No matter what, they do not allow for the production in public records requests for messages of anything of a personal nature. And so, again, I believe it's in bad faith that Mr. Hamner is trying to show the original production and not what I personally saw. Because what I saw had nothing that referenced the mall or anything like that. And, and if Ms. Lee Kennett had any such concern, she would have said the same thing. She would have said, well, yeah, I had a concern with this, but clearly.
It's almost like you can imagine the child support here, the child custody hearing transcripts, where it's like, you got old Nicky boy right here, and you got his attorney right here. Just he's talking, and the guy's like, no, shit, it ain't working.
She saw the same messages I did. We saw no concern because personal messages have already been stripped out. And now we're at the point where Mr. Hammer's trying to mislead the jury about what I saw.
And obviously this predates this gentleman being charged. We're not talking about production due to course of discovery in criminal case. And this obviously predated this case. So we're talking about back when Mr. Tellis was at the public administrator's office, what he was given, what he saw. And I think that goes to the very point. It's referring to what his knowledge was back in that time. And that's why we want to address the scope of what it is the state intends to produce.
Mr. Hamner?
Our position is we have these two messages. It's not about taking a walk. We'll call it out for what it is. I mean, it is, they are romantic messages between those two. Okay. I mean, that's the reality of it. That's what's in the team's messages. I have team's messages here that contain that. They may be right. Maybe there is another version of this, but the team's message that we have that we've produced to them contain this information. Mr. Tellis got on the stand, and when he told his jury, he's like, oh, I looked at those team's messages. I'm like, I didn't have any issues with it. I'd like them all admitted. He did not put them together on a USB drive or anything, right? They did not come here and here they are. They didn't produce them to us for us to review to see if there was any sort of discrepancy. I said, we have the team's messages. We can add them. And now they're reviewing, and that's fine. Like, if we want to get clarity on this, but clearly it changes the tenor of everything, right? And listen, if he looks at the jury and says, oh, I was totally fine with those messages, and let's say they missed them. What if they read them and they missed a couple of instances where they were telling each other how they felt about each other? You know what I mean? Like, then that's a misstep on his part. Now, listen, if it wasn't produced and there's some county law that's out there that doesn't allow that, but if we think about what the FOIA request, which we actually have here from Mr. Gammon, which has been admitted, which was we want all teams messages to tell us, and all of his articles when raising her has to do with the inappropriate affair, it seems to me that absent, some attorney-client for some applicable privilege, it is beyond me how that would somehow be pulled out.
And again,
Didn't the request ask for communication?
All communications. He wanted personal text messages. He wanted Teams messages. He wanted emails. And he said from January of 2022 till this request is filled. And these messages appear in February and March and roughly around there. I don't know it all off the top of my head. I mean, I have excerpts of them. I have a paper version of excerpts of them as well, if the court would like to look at it. But I don't have any objection with trying to get to the bottom of, did DA Civil really claw back you know, the romantic messages, you know, I don't have an issue with doing that, but we need time, and I don't want my cross to start.
This is
without
regarding, he
this
also had a
clarity.
mistress.
And again, as to the scope, there was testimony, I would submit that his testimony, his narrative testimony and that of Lee Kennett was similar in that in August of 2022, there wasn't an issue. Apparently he had seen what was going to be turned over to Mr. Garman, and she did too, and there were no concerns. So my concern is what the state is attempting to present to the jury is outside of the scope of what my client's knowledge was at that point in time.
They both saw what was going to be produced.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is this. This guy got on the stand and said, I want every team's message admitted, but I haven't really compiled it. State, little help. Here's the team's messages that we have. And now they have a problem with them. And again, I reiterate, I am okay with taking the time to try to delve in to see.
Okay, and how much? You need 30 minutes? You can break till 1 o'clock?
I mean, I don't know if it lasts that long. I mean, my thought would be, can we take a lunch break? Because if it
Right,
takes
that's what
long,
I'm saying. It's 12:30?
Yeah.
Just take 30 more minutes till 1 o'clock?
that's fine. Yeah, you're right.
1:15?
Sure.
We can
Okay,
attempt to.
1:15. All right, we'll see you guys at 1:15 then. But what, we brought lunch in already, so we'll set the jury now.
All right, chat, time travel. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sure.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things. Okay. I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish dates 3/11. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct examine or during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Damon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, you know, looking at the killer, this guy. I know that you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Garman. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not. Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
And why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. So, and you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what.
This actually isn't drawing attention. This is kind of gray, man. You're dressed up like a landscaper or construction worker, wearing a big bushy hat, and you're wearing a high-vis vest. That's kind of normal. Notice nobody thought he was weird. It's like kind of a normal thing in Las Vegas, so he blended in with the environment. But yeah, this is Remember, guys, isn't this funny? Everything you say and do can be used against you.
The nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's the big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right. Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right.
Exactly.
Let's cue over to the overhead.
Looks like you're meant to be there.
If we could, or to the computer if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, Paul. This is the assassin, the killer, correct?
No.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's when you've seen all the footage, that's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali, am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
J-Rock, this is getting good, man.
Let's at
Listen.
least get to. Let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Garriman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint, if we could. It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Garriman has been killed. But if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right.
But
Right.
we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with.
Oh, so
That's my belief, because,
okay.
again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words,
No,
your thought process.
absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, if you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again, it wasn't me, so
Okay.
yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
The rims are spinning. Got the rims. The rims.
Let's go to slide 41.
Rim jobbing.
One second. Slide 40. All right. So you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see, we're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. You know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
12 o'clock is north.
Yes. So 12 o'clock is
Or up.
totally to the top. And then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
they alternate in thickness, correct?
Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on a killer's car, you see that on this wheel on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive, isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels, because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look, no, sir, no question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video, isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer, and you felt, oh, gosh, my rims.
Yes,
You
because
relied on some person in the Twitter room to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
yes,
So now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is narrow, correct?
Yes,
When we look at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation, let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Maga testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I can pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the
Right.
PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
that is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Is that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers are part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer. You just can't come up with a number,
Well,
correct?
Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes,
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen?
I just
correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my
I
car.
understand you're not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time,
The
sir.
answer to my question is yes.
The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about
Oh, no,
at this point in
Chad.
time.
Your visor is down in
Oh,
your
no.
Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you.
I give you, Garrett, I award you 35 bonus points for making a Diego Rivera reference there. So, yes. If you guys don't know who Diego Rivera is, famous communist painter back in the 30s and 40s. So here we go, guys. I told you this is getting good. I told you this was getting good. It's good. It's good stuff. Let's keep going.
You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour.
It
or
wouldn't
so,
have gone that
correct?
way.
Yes, sir.
That would have been
There's
overruled.
one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you. You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point this sample.
Remember, guys, like I said, the dead guy, his DNA is under the dead guy's fingernails. Now listen to his answers. Well, I don't know who's in on it, but somebody is.
Was collected.
Sir, please tell the jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr.
So
German.
you have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my
I'm
fingernails?
sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right, let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. German when he was
Yes,
alive.
my question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. German.
So, and by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
Whether it came from a sample of fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. You're at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
Okay,
that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine. Let's I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay.
Jeez.
Let's
Brutal.
talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch.
Yes, but they never use
a
it.
shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
Such
It's
a
gray
weird
in
fucking
color,
place.
correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Shoving it under a recliner is such a weird place to hide evidence.
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
Hmm?
I mean,
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about it. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of like, it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me, something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. I mean, we did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay, and you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay, all right.
We're under the Nick Ricada defense, chat.
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they
no.
thought,
Jappy's a part of it now too.
oh, he's always
We've
been.
got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. And we haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there because they're part of it too,
No,
correct?
it's all a scam.
So they paid Detective
You
Jappy, yes.
lied.
Okay, great. Well, we're gonna get to all that in
Of
a
course,
second.
absolutely, sir.
So here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, similar. Publishing 360.
Mhm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Well, sir,
Mhm.
you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mhm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it,
Right.
And you would agree with me when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner. You're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th.
Eric July
right?
planted
Yes,
this.
sir. And again,
Wait,
surveillance started at 8:16.
Wait, no.
Time out, chat. Where was Eric July? Eric July, were you in Las Vegas, sir? Oh no! Oh no!
But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, hey, I'm rock climbing indoors.
So here's the thing. How
Barnes,
so
where are
you're
you,
saying-
Robert? We need you. Help with this man.
So you believe because you were under surveillance, what? That they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was
You're
produced to me.
not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 819 was
Sir, I need you to
during.
focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you were surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right? You own the gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt. They're not Nikes. You
But-
were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm
The
whatever.
answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the days you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some
Well,
surveillance.
don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
pass them through whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this, your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn that information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance.
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means. Sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jaffe, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but
But before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So, like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
as I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who decided to help Jaffe plug holes in his case,
Sure.
not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's a objection, sir.
If you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay,
Next question, please.
sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Garman's DNA in it was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think if,
But it's not there, is it?
No.
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you?
Mhm.
Does
Well,
that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro, like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house, despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right?
Mhm.
And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half.
Oh, they want $1 back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Garman's DNA? Why do they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Garman in your car? I mean, if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree, if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear, you would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away, isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not.
I guess I would be
Washing
surprised then.
My question is this: washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure. this. Let's look at, all right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes, sir.
And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Gehrman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Gehrman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Gehrman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Gehrman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection to all speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Gehrman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looked like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Gehrman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's, again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Oh, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land,
I
correct?
object to that hypothetical question. He's not an expert, so.
Overruled, he can answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I object to characterization.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone, isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay, well then let's start clicking.
Plus two, again, I wouldn't use my card.
It's not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't
if
believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just, okay, sir. You did.
You're asking me to testify
sir,
something that I can't tell you is true.
Right, but you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
But
Yes, I object to, he was not called upon to
to review the phone. You reviewed the cell right extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of question.
Objection is sustained.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I
I
dispute.
object this to complaint.
Rephrase it.
Sir, you offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes,
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor with Mr. Gehrman, and it's right there, isn't it?
This is so good, isn't it,
Yeah.
guys?
It is. There's one right.
I mean, listen, this cope is amazing, chat. Don't you guys like this? I told you this was good, chat. I told you this was good. Yes. Demand a Frank's hearing. Yes, I call Cynthia to the stand. 12:11 a.m. This is in Vegas, correct? Clark County, Las Vegas. Clark County, Nevada. Yes, Las Vegas. Planted and watermarked. Yes. It's all watermarked, chat. No, it's gay. The DA is showboating. Well, you know what? He's going to have some fucking fun with this. The guy's going to make cope. Am I going to get demonetized for showing rape? No, we'll be fine. Oh, here we go.
There.
And here was something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT.
Hmm.
You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this, sure.
You consider yourself detail oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead? There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
I understand why it's so dark on the
Yes.
Elmo.
Okay.
That's ridiculous.
I remember
It
them
drive me
being
crazy.
presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I'm saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
So, if we could cue over to the overhead or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray
It's
in
like a
color, right?
crossover.
And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck. It's kind of a whitish gray, right? Another gray car, correct?
Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct? This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda,
Okay, it's a Honda
I think, or it's a Hyundai.
or a Hyundai. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over, 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right. Looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone.
I'll move my thing, guys. Sorry.
Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
It looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. German.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct? You saw the photos, right?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony.
You
Sorry.
have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay, and we saw in those images, lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's
connected.
the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. German.
Right. And if you look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then you go to the next entry. What's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. German. There's a first one related to Mr. German, and that's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89. I can't read this.
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Guerin lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on the phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from
that's
just
not
that
gonna end
bottom
well,
there, that
Chad.
looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop
Yes, it
monitor,
does.
correct?
Correct.
Oh no.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Guerin's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more. This is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Guerin at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. 7216 Bronze. Thank you over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. That's terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was because, you know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
You recall the testimony, well, no, you recall the testimony of Matt Hovanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, you recall it being said.
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Hovanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways.
So,
in
sir,
a number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you have an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
If I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you would hope as the head of the department, they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m., correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2,
I
correct?
did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
There are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit.
Well, that's not going well, Scott.
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman.
Oh, my God.
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of it.
So she's not part of the conspiracy.
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to
Can we
this.
rule her out?
Objection, you have to be allowed to answer questions.
Sir, go ahead, please finish.
What was the
Okay,
question
I'll
at
ask
this
the
point?
question again. Can we rule read out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy,
Let me specify. Is she part of the conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible.
Okay, so we can.
That's what I said. I said
All right.
unlikely, but
Okay,
if we
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
again, highly unlikely, but
You're not ruling it out.
without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff
Thomas
Gehrman?
Moore?
I apologize. Thomas Moore, is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely.
Anything
And
is
Compass
possible.
Realty as a
Possible
business
you're
as
the
a whole
killer.
is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Gehrman.
I would bring that up
Again,
at the
if you
end.
recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gurman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Gehrman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. you would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were inside of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes,
You fought them at every turn, correct?
absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, to the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that, absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators, is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's read.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mhm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, that's all that they needed in order to.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted. That's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on a campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this
Are you
activity.
speculating at this point?
Ask if you're allowed to answer.
Okay, please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I'd intended, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that
Right.
started basically.
I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure,
point.
okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand is not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys or these two entities. But
Those two guys. But listen, if we're talking about, look, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
it depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of what
Fine,
they've done.
let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir, you were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that. You're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait for 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again, see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that, yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open
So
right
here-
then.
So
Again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much,
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question. And I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they killed me, would that have stopped the Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Gehrman is collateral damage?
when you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garrett, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta
No, don't say that,
testified
buddy.
that
No.
once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, and these homes, theft,
So
sir.
the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was again, if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put
How
it there,
did they
sir.
plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how it got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
The answer to my question is no?
not all of them did.
Okay.
And so,
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
Okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
that's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others.
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, so as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either. So I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Garrett, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay. So you did lie to him, correct? On that topic.
I didn't think that was for the public's business.
That's not my question. My question is,
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure, yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
I mean, well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. I mean, right? I mean, you put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
I absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
I certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family. Maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. That I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay. And when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if that ever consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was hurt for that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children, and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them. And
here's the thing: he didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so. Correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article, because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct? Okay. But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Right. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Gehrman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could.
I bet his kids get made fun of for the murder all the time, though. So
now on direct,
this didn't work out as planned, Bob.
You said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not.
The whole thing's a bummer. You lost.
Yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4,
mm-hmm.
And you state, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who were being harassed by these people. Provided you proof," I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected, and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
"Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced," correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly, there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Gehrman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things. So I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay, so that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
There we go. You got him.
And you even say, I've
Boom.
done so much for that
Done.
office. I told you I've been
Ted.
followed, and then I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
A character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
It's just brutal, chat. Just brutal.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay, so we have one article that gets into
J-Rock,
not just
stop.
you work into the office, but it's hitting you on personal
Being
stuff.
a little woman about
And now
this.
he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, start to try to,
It's a very
like,
interesting thought.
basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's. Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is, except by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to.
We'll talk about different things.
Real quick, chat. I didn't see this because it came through, but J-Rock coming down off the Raptors with 50 subs. Let's go. Dropping those like this prosecutor's dropping truth. And then J-Rock with another 20. That's 70 subs. Oh, wow. Thank you, J-Rock. That's fucking monstrous. That is monstrous. And guys, while we're here, we'll run through all these real quick. We got Sleazy with 5. Phoenix, a new member. Thank you, Phoenix. Whiskey77 says, interesting week for Sean. 1, see Sean. Hug Sean. 2, pay the toll, you get the booty hole. Well, you're going to see your own booty hole. Paul Myra Production gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Ladybug Lisa gifted 1. Thank you, Lisa. Jasper the Cat says, this guy seems like a Baldo user. I love your work. Well, thank you. Scarecrow says, I sent you the requested video. His NL sends at 150-ish. And there's a big rant on the cops and the corruptions of cops, including planning of drugs. I'll take a look at that. Thank you, Scarecrow. Yes, this poor judge gets the good cases. She's the same one that let Chili go. Yes, Shade, you are correct. America's most petty. I love that. Paul Myron says, this guy's not pro se, but really he's pro se. Yes. Otto gifted 5 subs. Thank you, Otto. J-Rock says, can we watch the paint dry on the 837? Oh, come on. This is fun. Watching this guy squirm and fall apart is great. And J-Rock says, can you pause? I have to catch my breath with all the attention. And guys, yeah, I clicked around. I didn't see any super chats for like the first hour or so. I didn't see any of these. They didn't pop up right away, so my bad. And I've just been listening to this guy get fucked. I didn't really notice. Sorry. I was kind of into this. Amateur Iconoclast gifted 5 more subs. Thank you, man. And John says, how do you not munch on cheesy poos on stream? Because I don't need to be more self-conscious about my weight. That's why I don't. Whiskey says, $2 a fast forward plus the $5 I said you didn't read. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. EDW Raptor says, if you go to Nick's trial, can we get $3,000 together for you and Steel Toe to scrap? Well, if that were to happen, I'd have to try to take Aaron down because I don't have boxing skills. John Coleman says 6'5". How many Baldo spacer rings does that require? Yes. And then Young Hero says, "Here I am on the road again. There I am up on stage. There I go, playing the star again. There I go, and turn the page." Yes, I love Bob Seger's always good. Distance says, "I love hearing anything's possible in court. It means something's gone very wrong or very right." Well, in this case, it's going very, very wrong. So, guys, I apologize for that. Didn't mean to leave everybody hanging. Thomas Dahl says, "Great stream. This is really interesting." Yes. Everybody's getting their ass kicked here. So, was this Chili's judge? This is the judge who said I'm free. This is an ironic reward for you making me watch the mind-numbing boring video. You got the backpack last time. This is your last warning. J-Rock, you don't really think this is just getting this guy's ass kicked. There's only so much more of it left, but it's been pretty good. J-Rock, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Watching fucking DSP play some fucking game is not really my idea of fun tonight. So that's why we're not watching that. We're not just Kino Casino. I love what they do, but the gaming shit's boring. J-Rock says, "This is not good." I think it's good. This is good, man. It was fun, Sean. You're wrong. Well, we're going to keep going.
Over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it won't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point. It's like, well, you know what? He's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again,
it's the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But you know, there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right. So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right. I will say that when it comes.
Objection. He's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is not responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex question.
Asking to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, he definitely thinks
We
smartest
have
man in
these
the room.
kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people
number
are sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had
sure.
said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of the stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, so I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right. And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant, you're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, oh, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that, still, again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gurman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep. And
Out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
that I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as, you know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So.
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues and got their advice and did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me, when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this off, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as stage proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking state permission to admit states 377. Sure. Sorry about that.
No objection.
Publishing 377 to be queued over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, but a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to his election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what, we tried really hard, we gave it our go, but I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney, and I'm ready to go back to work. And and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia,
who got Jeff Garman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was almost a week. So we were, again, this was a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down. But it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000.
You claim an election
between the three of us,
interference?
But Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them. And that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay, but nevertheless, Jeff Garman comes calling again, correct?
And it's about that Truth website that I created.
Right, And you just say, it's fine at this point, they won, do what you like.
Mhm.
Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just, you know what, what's it going to do at this point? Whatever, you know?
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
Mhm. That is, yes.
Fair to
Yeah.
say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but, you know, it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3.
I was only
correct?
trolling him as a friend, guys.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
I was only trolling him to help.
And then just
Bring
6
awareness.
days later on June 22nd, he publishes a fourth
Anybody believe in
article
this?
about you officially losing, but pointing
Anybody
out that you
believe in
remain
this?
combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the fourth one.
Right. Right. Like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Gehrman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure, I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
And I don't know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on, I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Gehrman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah. But again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gehrman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
The question is, you believe if Mr. Gehrman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time.
I can say I hated him.
How long I might have hated him, if
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up, so I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, hey, you've got this situation. I think, maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts. And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as, I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Gehrman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now Jeff Gehrman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and the State Coordinator Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
from your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them, but yes.
Understood, but I mean, that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to, yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question, Judge.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Hamner if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Gehrman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mhm.
And Jeff Gehrman,
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
and Jeff Gehrman seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you'd agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing, it's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May, when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Gehrman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Gehrman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out. And now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's I know there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with
But just in
Murphy
this
and Rita.
just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta. You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time.
Again, so I can explain to you how things.
Yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents. No.
Okay. So now let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Cooling emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
Do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and Bronze Circle start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Okay. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Tellus, fair?
Sure.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. Just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
What is 8 plus minus B7 911? Yes. Hella, my opponents are all retarded. Yes. Do you think on experience he'll be condemned? Yes or yes? Oh no, he's done. He's done. I promise better response time.
It's not the full thing. There's a lot of messages there. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding.
What?
By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff
Well,
Garrett's
you need to know.
next
Do you guys
upcoming
been hella
article?
on here?
I don't
Fine.
recall.
Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
There you go, Hella, if you want to join us. No, guys, I'm listening along. I'm working on something I'm working on something important for someone. I'm sorry that I can just stare like a retard at something as I intently work. Not playing a looped video. It's like Speed where you keep on just looping the people on the bus. Oh, hey, Dolly.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that.
Hope you feel better, Dolly.
All right, this time we're going to take a break during this recess. You're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, other means of communication, or social media, read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspects of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you, and we'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
All
right. This is not going well, guys. This is not going well. Here we go. Just the look on his face. Look at him. He's just, I don't know. I don't know. I thought it would work. I thought this would work, chat. No. Yes, he kind of looks like David. He looks like a swarthy Latin version of David. Did anyone think this would go well? No.
They're already gone.
All right, moderator. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Crafter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
At this time, we asked that these be admitted, state supposed to be 76.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff German and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff German in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Except I
All
wanted
right,
him dead.
Just publishing
I mean,
these.
can we not want people dead in America?
Zoom in. So that's
I
just the
thought
ones
this
in
was
green.
America.
That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page. It goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you stated, isn't it true, you stated her good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me, last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mhm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. We look at this bottom email, 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m. She writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't it true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if the winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Is that
Yes.
right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. German wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And she says, thank you for believing me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is on
Very
in
clear
the other
posture.
cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are
How's
so
it blue
sick.
green? It's off
They
Apple.
spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, like, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. But she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion. And, they did some pretty tough stuff.
Oh, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters, correct?
Right. Like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which, again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I want to look at what's marked on the bottom is page 110.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yep.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant.
You don't say that though in your email. You don't say in that, that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done. You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and those are, you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So if he goes on.
Yeah, so Seraph was gone for a while, huh?
This is my news. Look, he's back. Isn't it great? Hi, everybody.
Where did he go?
Well, where did you go?
Oh, you don't have like a tracker on him?
No. Well,
Okay.
so he went looking for the little one. The little one's still gone, unfortunately.
Oh.
So I thought there was some sort of conspiracy. Like, I thought that someone was coming and stealing my cats because 2 have gone in a month. So I have a little 2.5-year-old one, and she went missing about 2nd or 3rd of August, and she's still gone. And then this one went missing Monday last week. It just disappeared, and I was like, oh my God, someone's stealing my cats. And I think he might have gone looking for Kiddo. I think he might have gone, like, where is she? And tried to go find her. And because he's super old. He's like 18. And then I was like, well, maybe he's just like, I've had enough of life. Hey, yeah, he won't walk about.
Yeah.
And
well, sometimes cats do that. When they get old and they want to die, they go hide.
That's what I thought happened, right? I thought one of two things. Either because there's this really mean dude across the road. Right?
You have Asians that live nearby? And I'm not talking, we don't mean British, we don't mean the British version of Asians. We mean like actual Asians.
Yeah. Okay, well, that could have been the case, but no, not in our street, right? But there's this dude across the road, and he's super mean. And I went up to him, and I went, have you seen my cat? And I showed a photo of him, and he went, and he's really good at avoiding eye contact. And he's like, I haven't seen any cats like that. And I was like, so sus on you.
The farms did it, hella.
Oh, and then I was like, "Ooh, the farms hate me now. Maybe there's some people from the farms that live in Brisbane. Maybe the farms hate me. Maybe it's the farms."
Or Max Bruce, this Chink-Eye Joe. Yes, it could have been Chink-Eye
Yes,
Joe.
their relatives could have been. They could have ended up in a stew or a stir fry. Yeah, and then this morning I heard meow, meow, meow. I'm like, I would know that meow anywhere. And I went outside, and this little one, he's like looking a bit thinner than he used to. Yeah. And he's like, I come home, Mom. Oh. Yeah. So, I mean, my little girl's a little bit like, oh, you got your cat back and I didn't get mine back. But, I mean, one's better than none.
Are the cat thieves in the room with us right now, Hella?
Are the cat thieves in the room? I don't know. They could be listening.
So have you been watching this at all, Hella, or do you know about this?
I know about the case. I haven't been watching the trial up till now. I watched the previous stuff because when he was pro se, I was really interested. And then he got a lawyer, and I was like less interested. I think he might be. I think he might be innocent. But I think everyone's innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Compass Realty stole your cats.
Ha! See, this whole Compass Realty thing is interesting to me. I'm curious. What's he been saying about Compass Realty?
So he's been saying that there's been some like funny, like because he's in charge of like when probate estates are getting handled, and he says like Compass Realty is in charge of like people will flip the same day they'll sell a property for like $20,000 less, then it gets inflated for $20,000 more, and there's a bunch of property flipping going on, and he's claiming that they're all part of the scam that way. And it's like, and somebody pointed out, Compass is like a $3 billion company. Why are they like fucking around at 20 grand here, 20 grand there? So
But I thought it was more than that. I thought they were getting like double the amount for these places.
Oh well, it sounded like it, but it wasn't clear. He didn't make it clear that way. That what exactly is going on. So
Yeah. Did you ever watch when he testified, like when he did the trying to
we did. We watched his direct. We watched his direct, and now we're on cross. We watched the whole thing.
Oh, okay. If you guys are interested, he did try to get Levitt
Yes, he
coupled.
did. Mhm.
He did, and he did a whole half-hour talk about the Compass Realty thing.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
January.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. He talked about it back then, and that was when he said that they were like getting double the price for these.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
20-30 grand here. So
yeah, okay. What do you think? Do you think there's any chance for him at all, or do you think he's 100% done?
J-Rock, yes, we. Do I think he's got a
What are
chance?
we?
Here? No, he does not have a chance.
Okay, all right. Damn it.
Yes, but anyways, guys, Hella hearsay for days. She's going to be live at 4 p.m.
No,
Eastern.
not this week.
No.
Not this week. I'm
Nar?
having a week
Nar?
off. I'm gonna spend my time with this one.
You're on holiday.
I'm having a holiday this weekend, but I'll be doing more Boone this week, much more Boone this week. I'm on a Boonathon. But yeah, I'm having Sunday off for sure. But yeah, hang out this week. Everyone knows I am Justice for Sarah at the moment. I'm on a Justice for Sarah rant just about every day at the moment. Usually at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, all right. Well, let's keep going, chat. Let's keep going here.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
And Sarah.
Yeah, glad you found your Kit Kat.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Allen is soon to be fucked with. Watch that space. Yes, he is. Yes,
What do you mean again?
Well, yes. I mean, he's in a constant state of being fucked with. So, all right, here we go.
Let's go.
Does 10 more articles, same net effect?
Really? I won't defend Mark
Sir,
Jensen.
go back to my question. Isn't it true you never use the words "the damage is already done"? Correct?
Not in this particular message. No.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this. Correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gurman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question.
You can't say those things. Oh my God.
Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
Do not say stuff like that, chat, please.
4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone. Correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street. Correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Garman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer. Correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
Conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative.
We'll move on.
Phrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Garman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only...
Sir, there's no question pending. At 5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Garman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No, that was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Garman's dead, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Around 10ish, you went for a walk. correct?
Mhm.
You said you
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
you said you then came home. Isn't that right?
Yes,
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09,
Somewhere in there, yes.
correct? I think that's when you log in around 12:09.
that's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down, what's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Hassel,
Okay. And then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You go
Planet
through a
Fitness.
roundabout. You can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look...
Oh, here we go, chat. We'll get the answer.
The file into me
Get ready
was
for
over
it.
100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file
Tell us
into
more,
Compass Realty
Bobby.
was only
Tell us
3
more.
gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation, because again, he didn't do the stake cuts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so they could almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data, I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told us on direct examination, you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your
It's all a
case for like a
conspiracy,
matter of a
Chad.
month and then just not doing
Figured it
anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it
No
seriously?
bemoaning.
I didn't say they didn't take it
Did you just
seriously.
say that they only looked at it for like a month or 2?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11?
But again, he didn't do the things he promised
Yes
he
or
would
no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation. It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
It didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right.
Did they lie?
Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't, he didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't, no.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah,
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may?
my question is yes or no? You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes, absolutely.
And now at this time, I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure.
What?
Nick, are we sure this is not Barnes?
Yes, are we sure it's not Barnes here? Yes. They're absolutely lying bullshit. They're absolutely bullshit lying. Fuck off. Yes.
This guy is pretty amusing, hey?
390, 389, and 388.
Big Steve, yes.
Do these,
We
do
covered.
these look familiar to you?
Hold
Hold on just a few moments, because I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, that's
Big Steve, yes, we covered this on Thursday night. A
Oh.
court in Kansas, district court in Kansas, said that owning a machine gun illegally is not a crime. Now, it's probably only going to stay in Kansas because if the ATF tries their luck, they might lose in the 10th Circuit or at Supreme Court. So it's probably only going to be in the District of Kansas and only in front of that judge. So it's only in one judge. But still, better than nothing. It's a good start. It's a
Machine
good
guns.
start. Yep.
Like
the guy had a full auto AR-15, and then he had a Glock with a switchy on the back, and the judge said, "Sorry, those are protected."
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I suppose.
Yes.
this is all going to become relevant.
Okay.
Can I say, this
Yes,
dude,
they go
his
brr.
facial expressions are gold.
I love it. He's like, "Don't worry, this will become relevant. Trust me." He's like, "I we'll get there."
So
Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
Well, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure.
Yes.
388.
Mhm.
Does that help kind of help? I mean,
Sure.
look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here.
Right.
And that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those?
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa
Right here.
property, yep.
And just let me write a note if I may. And you're okay with this? And
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of it, so.
You have, they've been already produced.
date on it. So what is the date here?
Go to the back page, the very last page. I think it kind of shows some dates.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, at this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
There's no objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391, and let me know if these appear to be
I'll be right
listing
back. Hold on
agreements.
1 second.
Mutiny, guys. What's a switchy?
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Schilling?
Mhm, just 1 second.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Yes, too.
So Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about evaluation, right?
Yes, it was more, a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa was the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there.
More
Zach Schilling's
paperwork,
there,
yay.
so it's kind of cut off. 389 is a court
Oh,
order
sorry.
that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property,
that?
correct?
Yes, well, basically, it's just that this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards.
Who was asking about a switchy? Did
Oh,
somebody not know?
I was
Oh.
asking what a switchy was. I don't know what
Oh.
a switchy is.
Hold on here. It is. Well, watch the clip, and I'll show you what a switchy is.
Okay.
Here you go.
Switchy. No talk. No cap. No talk.
That little thing on the back of the Glock, you stick it on the back, and you flicked it one way, and it goes bang, bang, bang. You flick it the other way, and it goes brrr. So,
which means what?
It's full auto.
A sound effect? Oh, it
No,
turns it
goes
into
brrr. Yeah, turns
turns
into
it
a machine
into
gun.
an automatic. Got you.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not a toy.
No. Those were like 13-year-old kids playing with automatic weapons.
Holy mackerel. Okay, gotcha.
Actually, if you want to see the full length.
I told you my dude I told you it's gonna get. We don't play with no regular nigga. On my butter. We do. Don't play my slide. On folks play we'll guess like that. Switchy.
So, anyways, those are little kids in Chicago playing with automatic weapons.
Oh, okay. Also, phrasing, you want to see the full length?
Yeah, well, they'll give you the full length there. The big old black magazines they got.
The big old black ones.
Yeah. Oh, so those magazines sticking at the bottoms are 30-round magazines.
Wow.
In the hood, they call them stendos because they're extended.
Oh, extendos.
Yeah.
It's always like Australians do that. We go and make things, endos, whatever.
Yeah. Yep. The
Pros,
glicky with the switchy. Yep.
Turbos.
The glizzy with the switchy.
Okay. Learn something new. Every time I come on here, I learn something new about firearms.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So here we go.
Let's keep going.
But that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct? And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted to evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here in 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611, 2021.
Zach sounds bad.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814, 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Does Zach have a Kiwi Farms account?
10, 621, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All post-dating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay. The bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes. But yes. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. All right. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie?
I think you asked that before, yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline on publishing page 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get back to her. And that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right. I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door. So why? Or walk through the garage, as to say. And so why?
Right. And I think you said, honey, I'm home, right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern. It was just a picture of your daughter in this call. You were just going to take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as like messages and things go, or?
Okay. Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And she, Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist that kind of goes with your phone? What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch?
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
Crazy thing.
Have you ever watched Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and
This is the best part, chat. This is the best part. Boom.
Okay.
Here comes a kill shot.
say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before?
Mm.
Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just. May person witness? Put the record of respect and showing opposing witness. 378. Stage proposed 370. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail, correct? It's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline,
I
correct?
believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we have permission to make stage 378.
No objection.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. We're not going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut up a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd. Is that
Correct.
Let me have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much she's selling some cars and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message, and there's no need to. Nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And you just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as state proposed 379 through 387. Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
Now I'm going to approach the stage proposed 379 through 387. Let me take a look at those.
Ooh. Awkward.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, did those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. Stage proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
Oh, what's going on?
I muted on that side. Guys, we're gonna see the good stuff here. You're gonna see a message that he can't explain. Yeah. You guys are gonna see something really bad.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Here we go.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, where are you?
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir.
Oh, no.
Is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And
Okay.
I said that to you,
And
sir.
let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean, if it was sent, it should have been, but
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know, because apparently it's
ask you why.
not, it's not on my wife's phone.
Nobody's
Sir,
asking.
I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right.
Womp, womp, womp.
She's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at
Like I
10:30
said,
in the
Chet,
morning,
this got good.
we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Garman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Like, stop, he's already dead.
So if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
I think that's speculative, but
If you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
He can answer.
I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if the fact that I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Okay, at this time, we need to end early today, so we're gonna conclude for today. I'll have to turn the close just so we can talk about tomorrow.
There you go, chat. Womp, 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 womp. So there you go. There you go. So you guys see, that's how we end. J-Rock says, why isn't his attorney objecting? Because they're impeaching him. There's not a whole lot you could do at that point. J-Rock. I don't know what more you could do. Speculates begging his lawyer to object. I don't know how much more. Yeah, well, he's a little toast. There's not a whole lot he's probably going to get there.
Yeah, what was the whole? Oh, that's speculative. Oh, is that?
Don Boo, it says it's sad when the government gets to screw you like this. You know, if you don't do dumb shit, it's really hard for the government
to conclude for the day during this recess.
It's really hard for the government not to break it off in your ass if you're not saying stupid things. It's really hard. Now let's see if there's a day 8. Where does it end? Let's see.
Sure. Just regarding that whole thing about him saying, "Oh, that's speculative." How could it possibly be speculative? Like the text is there.
Yeah.
And then they're saying that, okay, well, it's not on your it's not on your phone. And you're the only one who could like take it, delete it. And he's saying, "Oh, that's speculative." Right? So it's not really speculative.
Yes.
It's not really speculative, is it?
But that's like, good night. I'm like, well, I tried. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it wasn't very good. Like, this guy was kind of screwed. I mean, that's...
Yeah. I mean, that's reaching, right?
Yeah, so at this point, the state ended up resting. Wait. He continues on redirect. Sorry, he actually does some redirect here.
Oh, this is,
He's not done. Sorry. They called some witnesses out of order, but there is some redirect. If you guys want to see him, squirm, we could do that real quick.
Yes, please.
All right, here we go. Look at him. He's just all like, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
All rise for entering jury, please, sir.
Let's keep going here.
Glad I wore the brown underpants.
I do. First name is Robert, Robert. Last name. So, good morning. I want to go over some of the items that were discussed during my.
See, and this is the problem because his attorneys, he's doing this narrative format, and that's because his attorneys know he's full of shit and they will not suborn perjury. So he's left to answer direct testimony on his own. So when it started, his attorney was like, well, tell us what happened. And now he gets to answer it again like that. So that's why you're going to see. Luke says this is what happens when you start a throuple. Yes. Not even once, chat. Yeah, that's right. Not even once. He looks like he got whiter. Well, yeah. So here we go.
Cross-examination by Mr. Hamner. So I'll start. I'm just going to go, point by point. So it sounds like I'm jumping around. I'm just hitting various things. So I want to talk about Zach Schilling first and why he was mad at me. But in order to do that, I've got to talk about the way that probate sales were done in my office at the time.
Nobody cares about your fucking probate sales.
So what we did was we went from, before I got there, from one realtor to a number of realtors. The prior public administrator, for some reason, had this relationship with this realtor, and he wanted to just have that guy do all the homes. There were a couple of problems with that. The first one was that oftentimes he couldn't handle the volume of renovations. And so oftentimes a lot of these homes would sit for months. Once in a while, they'd be in danger of foreclosure. But even if they weren't in danger of foreclosure, one of the issues that would occur was that these homes still had oftentimes mortgages going. Right, so if we weren't turning those homes around in 6 months, 9 months, a year, all that time, the mortgage was taking a chunk out of the equity. So I wanted to make sure that we were turning these things around faster, so more money would be in the hands of the family. I didn't think that having a sole vendor who would get to it when he got to it was of benefit to the families. The other thing was that, of course, Clark County has this policy of trying to support as many small businesses as they can, and so I was trying to also mirror that too by opening this up. I certainly didn't like the idea of having one vendor for anything. So what was important though for these vendors was that they had access to capital. That's why I didn't have a larger pool. I had probably at any given time maybe 5 or 6, just depended. But they had to have access to capital so that they could perform the renovations on the home. And the reason for that was that I wanted to make sure that we gave the families as much money as possible. When you sell a home as is, when it's in disrepair, often it has to be sold for less, right? And that gives flippers an opportunity to get the house, flip it, and then take the proceeds that would have gone to the family. Now, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. I just wanted to put that money in the hands of the family instead. And in order to do that, we had this policy where, again, if you want our business, you had to go ahead and have the money to do the renovations on that house. You had to make it move-in ready. So any family could buy it and move right in. They wouldn't have to wait around for anybody else to do those renovations for them. And like I said, in the process, the families themselves got all the profit that might have gone to Flipper. Because of the equity, the capital demands of having to do this, 2 of our vendors had more properties than the others. One of them was Brian Horner, and the other was Bob McMaster. Now, as part of Bob McMaster's team, he had Zach Schilling. Bob was the capital man. He was very successful in his prior business. He was, I don't know the extent of his finances, but he didn't need to do the work. He was doing it really for the sake of keeping busy in retirement. But he was the money man, so he was the vendor, right? And Zach was the listing agent. I don't want to minimize what he did, but at the end of the day, those listings were going to that team because of Bob McMaster's capital. And in return for any of our vendors doing this work, instead of getting a 3% commission, they would get a 3.5% commission. And I got approval from the probate commissioner to pay our selling vendor 3.5% while still giving the buyer's agent 3%. So the total commission was 6.5%. And that was pretty much from the get-go during my administration. So at a certain point, for whatever reason, and again, both Brian and Bob were getting a good share of houses. And at some point, Zach decides that he is going to move his license from the broker where both he and Bob have hung their licenses. And he does it without telling Bob that he's going to do it. When Bob goes to move his license as well, the broker says, you cannot hang your license here unless you're going to have deals. Now, Bob enjoyed the renovation side, but obviously he still wanted to make a commission split for the work that he did. So he was not okay with not being able to hang his license, because you have to have, from what I understand, an active license hung somewhere in order to take that commission. So what he ended up doing was finding another real estate agent to assist him, to be the listing agent. Zach was very upset at Bob with this. And then it came to the point where when Zach asked me to give him a large number of houses, I couldn't, because he didn't have the access to the capital. When I would walk houses with him, he would try to minimize the importance of doing this renovation or that renovation, trying to just, again, minimize it so that he could try to get as many houses as he could without getting us what we needed to make these homes move-in ready. And so that wasn't acceptable to me. He still got homes, but he didn't get nearly as many homes as he did before. I think that's what upset him, beyond the fact that for some reason he was still hung up on that Ottawa thing that happened a year and a half before, which I don't know why that was a big deal for him, but he apparently mentioned it in his interview with the police that, that he had that. So, all right. So then I want to move to the supposed electronic evidence that was allegedly found in my phone or phone image or what have you. When I was arrested, the police leaked to the media that there was allegedly a shoe found in my house. There was allegedly a hat found in my house. They allegedly found the DNA. They did not leak that they allegedly found this electronic information on my phone or on some image, despite the fact that they allegedly had it at that point. So I can't explain why that was the case. Now, when it comes to these Google Maps shots, again, I'll reiterate that I did not know Mr. Gurman's address. So whoever plugged that in obviously did know the address. And there was a photo that we were shown that showed a video camera that was right across the way from Mr. Gurman's house. I do not engage in crime, but if I wanted to do something while not being caught on camera, and I knew there was a camera right across the way, I wouldn't do it. And which also brings up another point. If I knew there was a camera right across the way, I certainly would find another means of transportation besides using my own vehicle. Certainly, I wasn't rich, but I certainly, I did okay enough that I could rent a nondescript car, but I couldn't see myself as the kind of person who would be foolish enough to use my own vehicle to allegedly commit any kind of crime. And let's see here. So again, I did not know Mr. Gurman's address, so I don't know how anyone could say that I did these searches. And then I didn't know Mr. Gurman's schedule. I did not know Mr. Gurman's schedule to know that he would be home on that day at that particular time. Yet apparently the killer knew.
The real killer knew. Like OJ.
The layout of Mr. Gurman's home, or what room he would be in, or what, I wouldn't know how to, as I said, lure Mr. Gurman out of his house. So I didn't commit the murder. I don't know how the murderer knew that. I certainly did not. So the person who supposedly took these photos on August 15th, it seems knew that Mr. Gurman had a gray Honda from what we heard yesterday. Yet that same person, or allegedly I, decided to research Mr. Gurman's car anyway after the fact, when this person already knew that he had a gray Honda. That doesn't make any sense. And again, like I said, when you saw that the search term was for, again, Mr. Gurman's address to get to that information on the car. And I didn't know Mr. Gurman's address. Now, also, I did not buy a straw hat. I did not buy a construction shirt. I was fully investigated in my finances. I believe that if I had, that you would see evidence of that. When it came to the police search of my home, I was being detained at the police station. Now, I was not handcuffed. I was seemingly, I mean, because of the fact that I wasn't handcuffed during the entire interrogation, it would seem to me that the officers who, Gaddis and Jappy, who had me in that room, did not fear that I was a danger to them. So I was stuck in that room until the search was done. My wife was sequestered along with my children in a room during the search. She was under supervision by a police officer. And there was no body cam video from the search. I have seen numerous cases where body cam video was used during searches, yet it wasn't used during the search in my home. And then I want to speak to Detective Jappy's investigation. Again, Compass Realty had nearly 500 sales over the years. And Detective Jappy was investigating me for 5 months of alleged bribery. And again, the investigative file on me was 100 gigabytes for 5 months of alleged bribery, whereas for Compass Realty, over 500 sales over, or around 500 sales for over years was only 3 gigabytes. Again, just a fraction of the information that was obtained on me in that investigation.
So, Hella, you asked a very good question here.
Yeah.
I guess, and you'll have to excuse me, but I'm going to have to, I guess, speak to that relationship that I had with Roberta.
No, the jury does not get told why he's testifying in narrative form. They mentioned it, but I don't think they should have heard that. They should have just heard he's going to testify. Because the jury is going to say, well, that seems a little sus. But yeah, he's testifying. But they don't say why, obviously, because that would really kind of blow everything out of the water.
Well, it's very strange because he was being questioned a minute ago, and then all of a sudden he starts this storytelling thing.
Yeah.
And if you've ever even watched trials on TV, or even like Law and Order or something like that, this is weird. This is very strange. So if you're sitting on the jury, you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, no, I understand this whole. The whole thing's weird, but they've already caught him. They found the hat that the guy who was walking away from the murder scene. They found a hat just like it, chopped up in his house. Shoes similar, chopped up in his house. This guy's DNA was found under the victim's fingernails. Like, there's a bunch of problems with this. It's like this guy's fucked anyway.
See, okay, I'll play devil's advocate, and I'll be like, all right. So if it were me on the jury, I'd be like, DNA could have been planted.
By who? But remember, you've got to show how. Like, when you're saying it could have been, like, okay, but like this was shot. Like the chopped up hat and the shoes were in his house.
He's got 5 houses.
Yeah, and one of his houses, it was in his house where he lived.
Okay.
So
I mean, if someone actually did want to frame him, it's getting those pieces of clothing and putting them in the house is a thing that they could have done, right?
I mean, it's yes, it's all possible, but is it probable?
No, and they would need to. All these things would need to add up, right?
Yeah, and the problem is none of his story adds up, Hella. I mean, you heard it. This is all just him. Yeah.
Sure. So, okay, and that's why I'm like, all right, so is there enough circumstantial evidence for me to go, okay, add it up with the DNA for me to go, okay, he's fucked. Fine. Yeah. But then as a jury member, does it not matter that he's doing this thing of just narrative? And then I'm
but like they can tell when somebody's bullshitting, and they know something's up. at the end of the
Yeah.
day when this guy's just babbling on his own. You
Yeah.
might not know what's normal, but you'll sit there and say this doesn't seem normal.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
really, but there's nothing you could do because you can't suborn perjury, but everybody knows something's going down, even if you
Alright,
don't know what it is.
So if you've never heard of such a thing and you didn't know it was because it's potentially perjury,
Yeah.
you would just think it's something kind of odd.
Yeah, you'll know something's
Yeah.
weird about this, but yeah, he's gonna look bad. Like
Yeah.
this looks bad anyway in his situation.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I did miss the thing about the pictures on the phone. I bought activities talking about the pictures on the phone. So, have you guys? You're only watching this part today, aren't you, Sean? Have you seen the rest of the
No, we haven't watched the rest of it. No.
No. I wonder what the pictures on the phone are all about.
You know, the pictures on the phone?
Yes.
Oh, he had 130 pictures of this guy's house on his phone.
Oh, I understand. Okay.
Oh, he ran
right.
he ran fucking intelligence on this guy, like
I
his car, where he
see.
lived, his car, his license
Gotcha.
plate, VIN number. Oh yeah, and he's
Okay.
like, well, those are on my work computer. I don't know how they got there.
Ooh, right. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
enough more to
I
add up
thought you
to
said
me that he's like
pixels, not
looking this guy up.
pictures. That's why I was confused. I'm like, when do they talk about fucking pixels? No, they talked about pictures.
Pictures. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this dude hated him, right? I know this dude
Yeah.
hated Gammon. Like he hated him so much that he even went to the press and spoke about it. Like that was so stupid. He's before he even went to trial, after he was arrested,
Yes.
he was dumb enough to go to the press and talk about how this Gammon guy ruined his life and his career.
Mm-hmm.
Like what a tool.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so keep going.
So, yeah, that's kind of where we are.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
During COVID, we got in a position where, again, because of the way that staffing worked, we spent a lot of time together, and we grew close. And we grew too close, and and obviously we have choices, and we made a big mistake. Something that we both regret. But the thing is that, if Mr. Gurman had not been killed, you would not be hearing about the fact that it happened, that we actually got into that relationship. Mr. Gurman, as I mentioned before, was not going to have he was never going to get any information about what happened between us. The county had redacted, or I should say omitted, anything that might have been personal in nature. So the notion that this was a motive to kill Mr. Gurman was false. He was not going to have any real material to make a more damaging article than he would have already done. So that's, and again, Roberta is a good person, and she loves her family very much, just as I love my family, and we just made a stupid mistake, but that doesn't mean that I killed Mr. Gurman.
Kind of does, though.
So, and I would never engage in any criminal conduct because I respect the law. And I was trying to uphold the law in my position.
The law.
And certainly I would not commit murder because I have respect for human life. I don't believe that anybody should have their life cut short at the hands of another person.
Even psychopaths in county government?
Compass Realty, I was not a lame duck. When you watch that video from the June 29th, 2022 hearing,
I don't know, Chad.
you'll see that I was not acting like a lame duck. And you will see that it was after the primary loss. And I still kept fighting. And you'll see during that video that I raised very serious concerns. And these are very serious concerns beyond, again, the issue with the equity and the personal property. These are other things that, again, if you could watch the video, you'll see how the judge was concerned. And again, I had just gotten the authority to do the things that Detective Jappy did not do. And frankly,
I was going to fight the crime.
I believe the public should demand an FBI investigation into Compass Realty. I also have one other item related to Compass Realty. Now, Adam Fenn donated to DA Wolfson in March of 2022. And if you'll recall, at the beginning of March of 2022, DA Wolfson had introduced me to Detective Jappy. Now, when Detective Jappy informed me of the fact that he had found that there was likely theft here, I also found out that DA Wolfson knew as well. And I found out through my conversations with DA Wolfson. Mr. Horvath, in the topmost envelope, the first 11 pages, I have a copy of Mr. Wolfson's campaign report from the first quarter of 2020.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, hello.
I didn't mean to do that. That's Roberta.
Oh, that's Roberta. Okay. So not a bad looking
Yeah.
woman. Not a bad looking woman.
Yeah. Yeah, he was banging her in the car.
She ain't no 2.0, but you know, okay.
No, not at all.
She ain't
But
no
yeah,
2.0, but not everybody can be.
no. They were banging in the car. Yep. Sorry. You need to change your settings so that it doesn't just go.
Why do I
go back
hate
to it
chat?
for you.
Why not hate chat?
Anyway, we'll fix that up. We'll go back to that. I'm going to fix it so that it doesn't go straight onto the screen. But that is Roberta.
Hella, did you mess with the sound?
No.
Oh.
You just have to press play again.
Yeah, what the hell's going on?
I don't know.
Or no.
No, I didn't do anything.
Oh, there we go. Learn a bench prompt.
Stipulation.
Well, no, we'll submit it to the court.
Okay.
Awakening Eve. Who's our guest? I'm sorry, I thought you knew. This is Hella, also known as Excited Utterance. And she's
Hello.
She's been around for a while. She comes from Australia, but she likes doing a lot of she kind of started doing some true crime stuff, and she's been a friend of the channel for quite a while now.
Ages and ages.
Yes. She has a show, Hearsay for Days, every Sunday, just not this Sunday.
Just not this Sunday. I'm having a Sunday off. But usually it's at 4 p.m. on Sundays.
Yes.
Eastern.
Yes.
The most important time zone, except for my time zones, which are in the future.
Yes. I'm starting to have
Right
Hella
now,
be the new criminal. God, you're so
it is
stealthy
actually 4 p.m. Eastern here right now.
Yes. Isn't it AEST, Australian Eastern Standard
Yeah.
Time? Yeah.
Australian Eastern Standard Time right now.
So.
And you know what I call myself now? The little Aussie blogger.
We're going to keep going.
Okay. Would you like me to approach you?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so this is an excerpt of Mr. Wolfson's campaign contribution report, the first one of 2022, taken from the Nevada Secretary of State's website by public download. And it shows, and this is the fourth page, which again, you're only going to receive the fourth page of this. It states that, it's recorded that on March 26, 2022, Adam Fenn of 8782 Big Bluff Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148, gave Stephen Wolfson $5,000 for his campaign. I am not crazy. I am not trying to avoid responsibility. This entire situation, well, I'll put it this way, that Compass Realty could move so much with money in this day and age in our city is incredible to me. I'm innocent. And, you know, I'm not the kind of person who could brutally murder another man, do it with apparent experience and training, and then go to the gym, and then go pick up my children. I can't imagine being that type of person. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman, and I'm innocent. Sir?
Have you concluded?
I have concluded.
Let me approach and get the, and we're moving for admission in case you have legal authority admitted to this. Thank you.
Is that all your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Any recross?
Yeah, briefly. Oh, how are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I just really want to cover some topics. So You touched on the public records request that, Gammon wouldn't have heard about any, personal communications between you and Roberta because the records request wouldn't allow it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And therefore, that's why you wouldn't try to kill him, correct?
Certainly wouldn't be a motive.
Okay. But you would agree with me, you're not friends with Mr. Gammon, correct?
No, sir.
He didn't sit down with you and tell you how he's writing his stories, correct?
He did not.
He didn't share with you what information he collected, correct?
He did not.
And you're familiar that, journalists have things called sources, right?
Sure.
And they collect information from multiple places, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So all you know is that Mr. Gammon had made one personal records request to your office, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what other information he had gathered as of August of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, this idea that Gammon wasn't going to be able to write any further article, you don't know that for a fact, isn't that right?
Well, I certainly thought, based on the record request, that he would not.
Right, because you're claiming you based it on that limited knowledge, but let's be clear. Journalists have multiple sources that they can collect information from, right?
Sure.
And you knew that as of August 8th, he did intend to want to seek information about you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
You had even told your best employee, Nicole, that I have a fear that these articles are going to jeopardize my ability to have employment in the future, correct?
I did.
You were concerned about even being able to work as an attorney in the city, isn't that right?
The thought crossed my mind, yes.
Not just crossed your mind, you memorialized it in a private text message to your best employee, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you additionally told her, I wish I had it in front of me. Let me just see if I can recall this. You were worried about the article. Give me, you know what, can I have this pulled off in the email? I want to get it all. Yes.
First indulgence.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to ask. Sorry, thank you. Now I remember. You told this jury that you claimed you weren't worried when you received the August 8th email from the county that Gammon was looking into because you weren't worried because you knew none of the personal stuff was going out, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true just a couple hours later you're writing Nicole saying the exact opposite?
No.
Okay. You don't know it. We'll let everyone check the notes on that. But isn't it true the message that you send to Nicole post-dates the email you received from the county?
Yes, but I was talking about pre-existing articles.
Sure.
And the damage that was done.
That's what you claim.
That's what I thought. Yes.
Okay. So, bottom line is, you were so concerned about the articles, you're writing your best employee about it, correct?
I did not reach out to her to do it.
And then 4 days later, there's 130 images mapping out Mr. Cameron's neighborhood, correct?
Oof.
Not for me, but yes.
And then on the 15th, there's this amateurish surveillance going on, correct?
Objection to characterization of amateur.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll rephrase. There's the Popeye surveillance happening, correct?
Again, I didn't do it, but yes.
Okay. And then just after that, we have, as you fully admitted, there are pictures from your desk of all of Mr. Gammon's personal identifying information in your phone, correct?
And I don't know that to be the case. Again, it could have been placed there on an image.
You fully admitted, like, that's my computer, that's my desk. And you told us that yesterday, right?
It appears, the photo appears to have my desk, yes.
No, you said, that's my desk. You didn't say it appears, you said, that's my desk.
I thought it yesterday, but sure, again, same thing.
And that just happens to be the same month that your expert witness looked into your phone and saw you turned off all your location data.
I object not as to that month, it appeared most of the year that that location was not there. So that mischaracterizes Mr. Burrow's testimony.
Sure. Isn't there a slide from August 1st to August 31st of 2022 talking about location data from your phone?
Yes.
And it was a blank slate, right?
And I will get to that in my redirect.
But no, you got to get to it now. Isn't it true?
Give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, just a second, right? Please. And okay, so can you give me the question? Okay. Hold on just a moment, please. Just one moment, please.
That there is a slide produced by your expert that's entitled August 1st through August 31st, 2022. And it literally says no location data. Do you remember that slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that existed, correct?
I don't know that it did because I didn't take that photo.
No, just your expert did.
Are we talking about the photo or the slide?
Take the photos. Again,
Was it prepared?
Right. Your expert introduced it on his direct examination. You remember that?
I don't know if you're talking about the slide or the photo, sir. I'm trying to get clarification.
I'm talking about the slide.
Okay.
Your expert.
Oh, that's actually a very good point. He's a little fucked right now.
Do you remember him talking about it on direct?
I said that earlier, yes.
Do you remember him talking about it on cross?
I don't, but I remember him talking about it.
And you remember seeing the slide, and he showed an image showing that there is not 1 ounce of location data on your phone for the month before Mr. Gammon is killed. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then I guess the second point is, so let's talk about the donation. So Adam Fenn donated $5,000 to Wilson's campaign, correct?
Yes.
It came from a campaign report in the first quarter, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be the first 3 months of the year, correct?
Yes.
So sometime between January to March is this $5,000 donation, correct? That's 2 months prior to the Gehrman articles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
and it's also a few weeks after the introduction between me and Wilson and Jappy.
So you say Compass could move so much money in this day and age, it's incredible to me, correct?
Right.
And what we've heard from you is it's a whopping $15,000.
So what I have found in doing my research on Mr. Wilson's campaign reports is that he's got people who donate to him year over year.
Okay.
So basically it's a subscription for a get out of jail free card.
So now the DA's in on it too.
I'm just telling you what I found when I've researched, and you can look at the Nevada Secretary of State's website to do the research yourself.
Well, I've got you here, sir, so I want to ask you, is DA Stephen Wilson in on the conspiracy to have Jeff Gehrman murdered? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about that, but I certainly know he turned a blind eye toward crime.
So answer my question, yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay, so but you can't rule it out, right?
Can you rule it out?
It doesn't matter whether I can rule it out. I'm not the one under oath.
I can't rule it out.
Okay, so you can't rule out Rita, you can't rule out Wilson, you can't rule out Cliff Maughan, you can't rule out the DNA people, you can't rule out anonymous patrol officers. Am I catching this all right? You can't rule out Adam Fenn, anyone from Compass, right? How about Cindy Sauerland? Is she part of this too?
I don't know. I can't rule it out.
Okay, so it's all just one big conspiracy, correct?
No, sir. I didn't say that they were all involved. I just said I can't rule out who and who is not involved.
But at the end of the day, you're just the victim in this whole thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes, and again, when it comes to these photos and the notion that there was no location information on them, I didn't take the photos. So whether they had location information on them or not, I'm not surprised they don't have any location information on them. So this point that somehow that shows I'm guilty is just, I don't know, it still makes no sense to me. And then when it comes again to Mr. Wolfson, I did do that research into him, and I did find that around the time that Paris Hilton had picked up charges here in Las Vegas, that I think he opened the door. All right. So I'm sure.
Don't be your own lawyer, Chad. This never ends well.
I think that's.
For the record.
And so, thank you. I have nothing further for myself.
Okay, anything else?
Based on that.
I have nothing further for myself.
Looks like we have a question, adjourned.
The jurors are asking questions. Here we go. I didn't know this. I didn't know this was going to happen. This is good. Oh boy, chat.
Let's go.
Oh, and this is going to be good. This will be
start.
good.
Why are you such a retard?
Yes. Where are you? How insane are you right now, sir? Oh, wow.
This is going to be great.
Oh, boy.
Oh, please. Oh, look at him. He's just like, he's like, yeah, I've got this wrapped up.
He's just like, oh, no. He's like, oh, no, they're going to fuck me in the shower to death.
No, it's fine. They believe me. It's fine.
All right, we have questions from a juror, court's exhibit number 20. Were you concerned that your wife would get knowledge of the affair before you get to tell her about it yourself, or did she only find out after Mr. Gehrman's murder took place?
She actually did find out beforehand, and I did, unfortunately, I said I made a mistake, and it is what it is. So no, as far as my wife is concerned, and my family is concerned, they did forgive me for what happened.
Okay, and court's exhibit number 21. How tall are you without lifts?
5'6.5".
Any follow-up from, do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Tejas? Any follow-up
I don't
based
believe
on
so,
those
yeah.
questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hantner?
No.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. And you may step down.
Thank you, Honor.
Are you gonna have
Yes,
any further witnesses?
No, we're not.
Okay, so the defense rests?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, does the state have any further witnesses in rebuttal?
He says, yeah, we're gonna do. Okay, we'll call Matt Levitt. Matt Levitt.
I can't imagine they were like nailed it. He's like, I did it, success. They believed me.
Rocked it.
Did I do good today? I'm like, no, bro, you're going to fucking prison.
Oh, sweet. So they had to clarify because he said 6'5".
Yeah.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give this action.
So there we go. That's it, chat. That's it. He's done. State's doing the rebuttals. And that's it. That's it.
Wow. I'm so pleased I was here
Robert
for
is
that.
as tall as I guess. He's 69 inches tall, yes. Criminal says, I know his wife is an iPhone user. He counts that half inch. She buys the S model for the extra half inch. He earned a new boyfriend. Yes, he did. Yeah, the closing should be good. Yes.
Oh dear.
Luke says I'd still want to go watch all the Orange Man footage. It's just him walking along. There's no like orange guy playing with his phone or anything, Luke. If that's what you were looking for.
Very little of it.
Yeah, there's no the Orange Man walking around isn't critical. Kaz goes, lol. Yes. Oh god, I can't imagine he thought that went well.
Look, at least there's no one here calling him a narcissist. Or like there's other chats.
I mean, he might be.
He's such a narcissist.
He probably is, but is he really a narcissist or is he just a fucking idiot? Like, because a lot of narcissists are fucking idiots, so.
Oh god, it's just I just
Luke says, yeah, but I'd want to double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like I said, I'm pretty sure there is. Yeah. Any guy saying 5'6.5" is sus. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm 5'7", although one time I wear my shoes to get measured at the doctor's office. So I was 5'8", so I can say legally I'm 5'8", but that's the issue there.
Psycho, Cat Madison, yeah, that's probably better.
Yes. Oh. So.
I just find him really entertaining.
Yes. And Hilda says, this is what happened in the Jodi Arias trial. The jurors were so snarky. Yeah, but they didn't have any questions. Like, there weren't really any questions there. I was like, I was waiting for the questions. Like, I wanted some good questions there, but they didn't do anything good.
Yeah, in Arias, I had really good ones.
You have to admit you're a mandolin under oath. That's fine. I will. If I ever get to pose for Nick and Monty, they can ask me, what is your height, sir? And I'm like 5'7" tall.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Those questions were actually pretty nice of them. Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for some really brutal stuff.
Could they have asked
Me and you are the same height? Yes.
Could they have asked why he's testifying that way?
No, they could ask that, but that would get filtered out when the attorneys and judge sit there.
Yeah.
Because we'll filter out the questions. We'll determine what's admissible, what's not admissible, what's allowed, not allowed.
There. Makes sense.
Luke says those were legit questions. That probably means they're not completely on the guilty train yet. And you fucking take that. What? And I fucking take that. Whoa. What the hell's wrong here? I am 182.88 centimeters tall. I have no tall how that is.
That's tall.
That's over 6 feet, right?
Yeah.
Isn't 188 centimeters tall?
6 foot is 180, I think, because 175, I think, is just.
Oh, you take it as a defense attorney, not completely on board with the guilty train as a win. Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, they're going to sit in the back. Like, I don't know how they're not going to convict him. I don't know how they don't convict him.
He's going to get convicted.
Yeah.
What do you think of Judge Levitt?
Suzanne says, dang, you have short men down in the USA. My 15-year-old boy is 6'4". Well, a lot of Americans are under, like, the average male height in America is like 5'10". Like, the average male height in World War II was like 5'7" tall. They were all short kings back then. Yes, but the average man in America now is like 5'10". Roughly. So. So, yeah. Oh. The average male is 5'10". Also, Hispanics are shorter, yes. Nice. I'm 4'10". I don't think I've dated a guy over 5'7". Jeez.
Haven't you?
Or 6 feet, yeah. Cave Jen says we are wide kings. Yeah, I definitely am that. When am I gonna Texas boy owns Roscoe says, when am I gonna issue a formal written apology to Nick?
Oh dear.
I can write it all over my cock and then he can read it. That's what I can do. I can write it on the bottom and I can write it and then stick it underneath a bowl of cocaine and let him get to it.
You might sign it with one of those.
Yeah, with a straw.
The straw.
Texas says, I'm gonna be sued then for what? For what? Saying he's a retard? What parts am I gonna get sued for? What parts am I gonna get sued for at this point?
Okay.
I'd love to see him try.
Interesting. Texas boy owns Roscoe.
Yes. You defamed Nick constantly. What did I say that was untrue? We will see. Like, yes, we've seen him do a lot of illegal shit. Yes, Nick has a great track record with defamation suits. Yes, he does. Aaron Olivia's been a member for 4 months. Thank you, Aaron.
Oh dear. What's the rule with defamation? You have to actually say something that has to be proven to be not true.
Yeah. Nick can go, that's not true. I didn't do the coke. You just sat there. No. No.
It's not true.
That's not true.
That's how it works.
Yes, speaking of Aussies, when David Tammy here? Since that's a stereotypical Ella and Dolly case.
Ella Dolly case. Who the hell are you talking about? David who?
David Tamier.
I have to search that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Luke?
Well, yes, truth is an obvious defense, yes, but
yes,
Nick's going to try to prove it ain't true.
Not true.
Lady Law Sanders, a new member. Thank you, Lady Law. Thank you for being here. Brent says, or it can be true, but private information. There's literally, this is not private information. So, yeah. You mean Nick did smoke Rockane? Well, I don't know.
You should apologize, Sean.
You'd also have to prove I knew it wasn't true and said it anyway, yes. I consider we're both public figures. Apologize to Kakeda, yes. I just want to say, I gotta do like Conor McGregor. I just want to apologize for absolutely fucking nothing. The king does as he fucking wants. Or the champ does as he fucking wants. Have you seen that before, Hella? Conor McGregor apologizing.
Who apologizing? Sorry.
Conor McGregor, he's a UFC fighter. Back when he was fighting and doing good.
No, but do the impression again, please.
He's like, he's like, first I want to apologize for absolutely fucking nothing. The champ does what he wants.
I love it.
Well, it's better when he does it, but yeah.
Well, clearly.
Oh, you apologize to nobody. Sorry. Yeah, here you go.
There's nothing to apologize for in terms of defamation, because defamation means saying something that's untrue.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, this is really what I've got to say. That's what I got to say.
Mm-hmm. I'm just Googling the thing that Luke was talking about. Where is it? You're not sharing the thing that you want to show people.
What's this, Hella? What?
Did you want to share something to screen?
Oh, yeah, that would be helpful. That would be helpful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, that would help. All right, so here we
That
go.
would helpful, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're in a Mexican woman from Indiana putting on a fake accent.
Ha.
Yeah. Oh.
That's it.
Backstage, I'm starting fights off everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take this chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. The double champ does what the he wants. Let me raise this. This is what I want to do. This is what I do.
So there you go. Got the two straps up there like a champ. He hanging on two straps.
Chat, you never would have seen that if
Well, I could have showed it again, Hella. It's not like
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
You don't do nothing. Oh.
Tech support.
Yes. Yes, Conor McGregor couldn't hold a candle to Chael Sonnen in terms of shit talking. I know he couldn't, but that was a very hilarious fucking statement. Yes, Chael is better at the end of the day. Yes, Uncle Chael is better. So.
Oh, Matty B, what's this? Potentially criminal. Show her the bus incident.
Oh, the guy on the bus? Oh, hella. Oh, good Lord. Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
What's the bus incident? What's the bus incident?
Hold on. Where is it on here? Yeah, here we go. This was in New York City, I think. And the bus driver ends up getting fired, sadly.
Okay.
I think he actually, well, here we go. Ready, Hella?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Why is it? Hold on here. Why is it not jumping up right away?
Oh, because I changed it so that it doesn't just like go immediately up in case. I did that. I can change it.
Can you fix that back? Yeah, I don't know how you did that.
Yes.
I'm like, that's magic.
Because I'm a genius.
Well, here you go. Watch this first. Ready?
Sure.
I think this is the one we're talking about.
Cool.
You want to spit? Man, hell, wait. Down. That's it.
I want to see. There we go.
Driver. Oh my God. No, oh, damn.
So he beats on the guy. Beats the shit. I'm gonna have to go on Twitter, see if I can find a better copy of it.
What?
Hold on here.
Why did he do that? Why?
Because the guy spat at the bus driver.
Oh, gross.
Fucking dude spit on the bus driver, and the dude beat his fucking ass.
Okay.
Yeah,
I've got to.
Here you go, Hella. Here, better view. Ready for this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do something. Sitting there screaming. See me right now. See me right now. See me right now. You spit and see me right now. I'm not your one last fuck out, man. What? What? Listen, ladies and gentlemen, go down. Go down. Go down. Go down. What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Driver. Oh my God. No, damn. Damn.
Yo. Wow.
Damn.
I'm a motherfucking killer, nigga. You got me fucked up. Fuck wrong with you, nigga? You want bitch?
Damn.
I got
What?
Nigga,
He's on the ground.
Oh my God.
Yeah, isn't public transportation fun?
He's badass.
TMW says he was respectful to wait for people to leave. Yes, he was.
Wow.
Board Activity says you spit on police. Isn't it a felony in the U.S.? Yes, but generally speaking, if you assault somebody with bodily fluids, it's a felony in a lot of states now, not just to the police. Because bodily fluids are a problem now. Like spitting on people, given what's, you could have, all kinds of shit in your system. There's special ones like, especially for like people in custody. That's a big thing now. There's all kinds of there's all kinds of shit you can't do.
Yeah. Well, okay. But still, though, I mean, like that bus driver would be in trouble for that, though, right?
I mean, he got fired, but I don't think he could be. It all depends.
That's got to be assault, though, because like he wasn't. That's not self-defense or anything.
I mean, I'm not. If I'm on a jury, I'm not necessarily voting to indict.
I mean, like this beating's over.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, I'm betting that guy probably deserved a good fucking ass kicking. You can make it a case for attempted murder. Oh, you can make a case for felony assault. You can make a case for a lot of charges. But remember, is somebody on a jury going to give a fuck about this guy? Remember, when you're on a jury, you have to juries need someone to hate.
Yeah.
Well, right now, we can hate the guy fucking hawking loogies on a bus driver. This guy's trying to drive a motherfucking bus.
Yep.
From point A to point B, and this guy's spitting on people. I'm sure he was acting like a dick and an asshole to everybody else.
Yep.
So nobody. Yeah.
Look, I agree with you.
There's
but then,
a second
I mean,
spitter. Yeah. Yes, he shouldn't have done this. He should not have done this.
That's such a Seinfeld quote.
What, he should have done this?
No, the second spitter.
Yes.
But like then you could get like a Nikolai Mew kind of jury where they're just where they're like no, the poor guy, the poor spitter, like he didn't ask for that.
Yeah.
That was just excessive force on behalf of the. Oh shit!
This is like a good one. This is like a good one. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Well, is this just?
Damn, stop that shit, man. Damn!
Oh!
Get your ass on, boy!
Ah! Damn!
What just happened?
He just threw that guy.
Why?
I mean, he takes that guy and fucking. Man, stop that shit, man. Damn! You want, bro? You better get your ass on, boy. Man, stop that shit, man. Damn!
I love how there's an injury. There's a law firm. There's a law firm ad there.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can. 312.
Man, stop that shit, man.
I can't see the rest of it. 312.
Larry something.
It's not Larry Foreman. It's not the UI guy. Did he break his back? I don't know. He probably really hurt him bad. How light was that guy? I don't know, Alyssa. But the thing is, like, if you throw people, if you get behind them, and you can get it going, yeah, you can fuck somebody up pretty quick. If they're not expecting to get thrown, I mean, yeah, that dude's probably 130, 140 pounds. But it didn't help. He wasn't ready. So at that point, when you're not ready to get thrown, like, yeah, it's very easy to get going. That dude was strong as fuck. So, but if that guy had been ready to fight and like tried to sit out or plant, he wouldn't have been able to throw like that.
We had an incident here about 10 years ago, and it actually, ever since then, our bus drivers, they don't actually have to get up out of their seat because it's dangerous. A bus driver got set on fire.
Oh, is it known? I was going to say, was it known as the Kirabili bus kerfuffle?
No, it was actually really bad. He died.
The Wugajongo bus disaster or something. You guys, like, we all know about it. We're like, nah, man, it was so bad.
No. So a dude just came up and threw petrol all over a bus driver and set him alight. It's like, what?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It's just like, okay, who does that? And yeah, ever since then, like, there's like, it's not really like cages, but they don't have to get up. Like, yeah, the bus drivers just sit there and like you tap on, tap off with your little go-card thing. You get a little card. Yeah. And yeah, they're kind of in a little protected space. But yeah, for like a long time there, the bus drivers, like, they kind of went on strike and they didn't want to go to work. Fair enough. They were scared. We don't have stuff like that happen here.
Well, I was about to say, I'm like, I don't know. It just makes me watching these fights on Twitter takes me back to the time where, like, when World Star Hip Hop was like really big, even like 3-4 years ago, you get like the knockout compilations every week of like some good fucking fights. That seems to have tapered off lately, which sucks. Because there's some good street fights. You hear dudes hit the ground and you'd see them do that as they hit, and like, yes.
Isn't there a town locked down by cops because of an attack right now? I don't think so.
You used to watch World Star? Hell yeah. I'm not gonna lie, if I was out, like, if 2.0 and I are out and there's a fight, I'm pulling out my phone. Like, there was one thing we were at where like something was going down. I pulled my phone. I was like, World Star. Nothing happened though. Like, people were about to fight and they backed down. But I was like, World Star. And she's like, come on. I'm like, that'd have been good.
What did she say?
I'm pretty sure half your discovery qualifies for these knockout compilations. Half of my discovery. I don't get what you mean.
Half of your discovery.
Yeah. They're in mail truck that ripped off this week. Wow. Kia Pat says it's not the same as if it's a white person yelling it. Well, I don't yell it, but I just go, like, there are times where I've done it. I'm like, World Star. And they're going, Camelot scam me out of a red boy. Apologize to Nick, or the lawyers are in motion Monday. Well, they're gonna have to do what they gotta do. They gotta do what they gotta do. So, oh well.
Police emergency.
There ain't no anti-slap in Ohio. Here's the thing: there ain't no anti-slap in Ohio, but the only slap is gonna be my nuts going right into his face. So.
We do have a police emergency in my state right now, actually. Queensland City ends with arrest of an armed man. We have someone armed. Oh my goodness. Oh no.
Yes.
That doesn't happen very often here.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yes. Oh no. Someone with
LawTube stop
maybe
suing
a
each other.
gun.
Nobody's suing each other on LawTube.
Oh, what's this all about? Oh, here we go. Drama. Who's suing each other?
I don't know.
I don't know.
The Terra. Yes. Meggles says, hello, fellow Queenslander.
Oh, hey, Meggles. What part of Queensland are you from? I'm in Brisbane. Meggles, where are you? Meggles. ridiculous.
Can LawTube start suing each other? No, because I'm not a faggot. I won't do that.
And they start.
No. Oh my god! Now you guys want to watch fights? All right, let's see if we got some street fight compilations.
Yeah, let's do one.
You want to see some street fights, Heller?
Sure.
You guys actually just brawling.
Yeah, let's watch some brawling.
Okay, let me see if there's some good stuff here.
Where's the anger towards MLS? Oh, we're always angry at MLS.
Who's angry at
David's
MLS?
fun to oh, it's just fun to be angry at MLS. He loves it when we're angry at him.
Oh! Against a wall.
Hang on. This all looks a little bit too athletic.
Oh, that was it. Boring.
Is that it? That was dull.
Yeah. Oh! Damn, that was fast. Click. Turned him off.
Oh no!
What are you saying? Oh no for?
Because he's dead, kind of.
He's not dead.
Slightly dead, somewhat dead.
He just got knocked the fuck out.
Oh. Oh, he's just having a little sleep.
Yeah, that's, when you get knocked the fuck out, you're it's a fucking mess. That's not uncommon. Like you get lit the fuck up, you get lit the fuck up.
Bambi legs.
I'm not playing. I need my money back. I need my money back. Yo, you got money. You owe me fucking money. What are you talking about? Yo, you owe me fucking money, man. You owe.
Oh.
Oh.
He was only little.
Yeah, well, chest it for real, yo.
Go, guys. Go, guys. Go, guys. Go, guys. Go, guys.
Wait, he just threw a. Wait, what does it say?
What's that thing?
If he connected the man's skull with the wrench he pulled out of the pram, he'd be in jail. Oh, that's something. You know, there's nothing there.
No.
Here we go.
You fucking hit me. I'm right the fuck here. You.
Oh,
fuck.
Oh,
shit.
Oh.
He slaps like a girl, too.
That wasn't a slap. Those were just hits.
I know, he's just like the.
What do you mean he was hitting like a girl?
He was hitting like a girl. Look at him. He's just like.
Hella?
Why?
You can laugh, but like if he's hitting you with those, you'd be fucking bawling.
Maybe, but I mean, come on. His form is not very good.
No, their form's not good, but that kid's throwing fucking hard.
All
These
right,
kids
let's
are
watch
throwing
it.
hands.
What's he get? What's he get?
I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. He goes.
Come on, mother.
They're not slapping. That's just the sound of hands hitting skulls.
Fucking hit me. I'm right the fuck here. You.
Yeah, see, that's hit.
Oh,
hit. Punch.
fuck.
Punch, full blast.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, none of
I
those
think
were
it would have
slaps.
hurt. It would have hurt more to smack into the tree.
Those weren't slaps, though. I'm just saying.
Mm.
Those
that
were
Turtle
dudes
Boy?
getting fucked up.
That looked like Turtle Boy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh shit. You just jumped.
Knocked him outside his pants fell down. Oh. Oh shit. Well, here we go. Oh, somebody's in the full guard. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Yeah, not a bad chin on the kid, no. Turtle Boy's got a juror interview. That's going to be good.
Oh,
Karen Raid.
really?
Yep. Yep. Anyways,
I wish
here we
that
go.
whole thing would go away.
Yeah. Anyways, here we go.
Mhm.
I just, hell, you don't seem to be as shocked anymore with some of this stuff. Before those
This
times
is
where I
not
showed it to you,
guns.
and you're like,
This is not guns.
oh, okay. So you want to see some of that real quick? All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh! Did you hear that? That was a skull
Yes,
smacking
I
up
heard
the
that.
concrete.
That was a
Whoa!
big thwack.
Whoa!
That was a nasty big thwack. Oh. Shit.
Knock your shit up!
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Online, yeah. Aussies fight too.
Well, this is
We
a
do
good one.
fight too. Well, there's a bit of crack.
Man, he was dodging punches for a little while, but then he got caught. No, there we go.
I was thinking he's threatening to get naked.
Oh, well, no, they're not threatening to get naked.
Hey, let's go. Yo, Brett. Guys, back up.
Hey, this sounds like Australians.
Hang on, listen.
Boys, don't slip. Back the fuck up, boys. Ready? Let's go. Yo, Brett. Guys, back up. Get him. Break it up.
Oh!
Get the fuck down! Boys, don't slip.
Oof.
I think they might be British.
Okay.
They don't sound quite cool enough.
There you go.
Okay, I don't know.
What a skank. Bitch fight.
That's the one thing I will give no matter white women, black women, women in general just keep fucking throwing. Like nonstop. I don't know if they're not hitting as hard, but I'll give them credit. They're always throwing hands.
I can't stand watching females go at it. Hey,
Oh shit!
it's bad.
Okay, smooth.
Come on.
Smooth. Oh, wait, Jordan doing it. Wait, let her get.
Get some class.
Shit. Hold on. Oh, shit.
Oh, what?
Okay, I don't know.
What? It's a fight. There
dude.
aren't any fucking rules.
It.
There ain't no rules in a fight.
Oh, dude's getting into smacking the
I'm just saying it's a fight. There ain't no rules. The fight's a fight.
No, the rules are you don't smack the women.
Who says who?
Says chivalry. Says something. I don't know. It
Well,
says the rules.
The culturally enriched
Rules.
suburbs. Yes, that was very culturally enriched.
Yeah, right.
Oh, they're fighting at a fucking. Oh, it's like fighting at a fucking ice rink. Look at them; they're all fucking retarded. Oh.
I know. Let's have a fight at a bowling alley where we can all stand up straight. You idiots.
I just got a fucking camera with them.
Fucking bunch of fools. I don't mind. I shall fight on wax.
Okay, keep going. Here we go. It's a Kingpin Invitational, the kill stream.
This is so stupid.
Is there any more fighting here? Not really. Nah.
Oh, God.
No,
I gotta go, Sean.
All right. Take it off, Ella. All right.
Yes,
Enjoy your weekend.
Indeed. I am going to spend some time with my beautiful kitty cat who I can't believe is home. And I might even go and do a teensy weensy little bit of dancing because I haven't gone out dancing for a little bit. And I wasn't going to, but now I shall.
Yes.
And then...
Yes, Ella, the world champion Paraguayan dancer.
Brazilian.
Paraguay.
Brazilian.
Well, same thing.
Whatever. South American. And then, yeah, prepare for... I'm going to do some Sarah Boone this week, and I'm going to do some Curry Richards is also innocent.
She's the one accused of killing her husband, right?
Yeah, and everyone seems to think she's guilty too, for no reason.
She poisoned him, right? Isn't that what they're accusing her?
Allegedly.
Okay.
Allegedly. All they've got is a motive. That's it.
All right.
That's it.
Yes.
People and their stories
Yes.
that they concoct.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, that was the Ralphamania we didn't get, chat. Yes. World famous kill stream Kingpin Invitational. Did not go the way
that
we
was
wanted.
fun. Thank you so much. It's been
All
cool
right.
to hang out.
Bye,
Let's
Hella.
do it
Take
again
care.
sometimes. Yeah, cool. And yeah, have a great day, everybody. Good evening.
Congrats
It's
on your
really
kitty
late
cat
for you
making it
guys,
home.
isn't it? What time is it?
Yeah, it's like 3 a.m. for me.
All right. Okay.
So.
Have a good one, everybody. Mwah.
Bye.
See you.
Guys, Hella, she is... Well, she's not... There we go. She's gone now. All right. So, guys, that was Hella. No hearsay for days today. I just ignored Hella the whole time. The hell do you mean I was ignoring her? We were talking. It's 5 p.m. in Australia. Remember, chat, just because Robert Tellis did not do it, he's still not guilty. Yeah. So, all right, guys. Yeah, that is it for us tonight. That was fun. 5 hours. Time went by fast. So, yeah, he's guilty as shit. He's guilty as shit. Did we hit the goal to do an estendo? We're 5.5, about almost 6 hours in. I think we meant to do a stendo. I definitely think we've done a stendo here, chat. I've done a stendo for you guys. Local stream now? No. No. All right, chat. So, yeah. So, guys, we will tomorrow morning. Well, this morning we are going to do the Dutch Grand Prix at 9 a.m. at the Zundvoort. So we'll do that, and then I'm not sure what we'll do because I thought that was going to be a longer thing than what we did. So no more Rob Tellis to talk about because he's done. Tellis hasn't kept me all up. Yeah, it's all right. How that worked out. Chance want to see the sun come up in the window. Yeah, well, we're not doing. Oh, look at my hair. It's like all up in the air now. Look at that. So, no, we're not doing that. When the Turtle Boy interview drops, it'll pay to do a Karen Reed update. Yeah, that'll be fun. Robin says, everybody likes something different. I'm glad you're watching this. It's fascinating. I know. I thought so, too. And then when I learned that this guy was going to make it's all a conspiracy claim, this is hilarious. Matt says, who's the best non-practicing lawyer, Robert Tellis or Nick Rekieta? Place your bets for the showdown of the century, chat. Oh, that's funny. So, whew. All right, chat. So I'm going to leave it here. We are going to start in the morning, and just remember until next time, you know, Robert Tellis did it, and he sure as fuck is guilty. Oh God, that guy's in trouble. That guy's in trouble. The only man that Nick Rekieta is more believable than the only guy Nick Rekieta is more believable than Robert Tellis. That's how bad it is. So good night, chat, and take care. Oh.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rekieta yelled at? Why, yes it was.